The Arlington County Board is back in session. Welcome to our Tuesday, May 19, 2020 carryover session. And I will start with our chair's report, which is brief today. Wanted to start up just letting everybody know about the scholarship fund that that's been established for Eric's children. And people have asked about what they can do for Eric's family. And so we've got this memorial fund has been set up by an anonymous donor and started at John Marshall Bank. Here is the information, and welcome people if they would like to contribute to do so. I'm planning to do it on Father's Day. It seemed like an appropriate time to do it. So anyway, we continue to miss Eric very much and remember him. And again, people have been asking about what to do. So here, the Memorial Fund has been set up if folks would like to contribute to that and help his children with their scholarship and educational needs as they get older. Thank you. And then also want to announce coming up on Friday, I think as people probably know by now, every Friday we hold a virtual town hall. My colleagues and I, we just alternate 2 by 2. And the focus is on, of course, the pandemic and various aspects about the pandemic. I expect this Friday we'll talk a little bit about things that we're thinking about when we come to moving to the governor's phase 1, but invite people to tune in. You can go on Facebook Live. You can look on Comcast, Verizon 40 here, and YouTube, and feel free to call in with questions. So we invite everybody to join us, and it'll be myself and my colleague, Christian Dorsey, joining me on Friday. Look forward to seeing everybody at 12:30, which is a little later than we usually start. And those are my 2 items for our chair's report. And now I'll turn, I believe, Mr. Dorsey, you have a report for us.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon to everyone. So there's an item that we have for our consideration later on this evening, item number 43, part of which includes a grant that the county board is going to designate to Arlington Public Schools for the purposes of digital connectivity to students and households who need internet access. So I'm just going to present a couple of slides to detail what this program is all about. But it's part of our overall digital equity initiative, which has been something that we've been socializing in the county for the last year or so. And it's driven by the idea that broadband connectivity is not a luxury. It is an essential for Arlington households. Before COVID-19, we certainly explored with our community that there was a digital divide in Arlington, and this prevented a number of families, as you can see, approximately 10%, from having the necessary access to all of the information which is found on the internet, and also limited their ability to effectively participate in the digital economy, including getting access to good jobs, having secure banking, for example, or really being at the vanguard of opportunities to improve their lives through digital connectivity. Certainly since COVID-19, we've had a very clear understanding of the impact on families who may have school-aged children. And while Arlington Public Schools has their own equity initiatives, primarily in the form of providing no-cost devices to students at certain grade levels, it's become quite apparent that without broadband connectivity, those devices have limited utility. So what we have attempted to do is to figure out how to bridge that gap. And we're pleased to be able to provide APS with the resources to provide essential broadband access to those families who currently lack it. And this is the COVID-19 Internet Essentials Program, which is going to provide broadband connectivity at the cost of a little less than $10 per month, but which will be paid for by grant funds from Arlington County through APS. And the importance of what this will bring to families is quite significant. It's going to be broadband connectivity with decent download speeds and decent enough upload fees. They're not going to be any necessary cost that they're going to have to incur for equipment to access this connectivity. This will be provided through Comcast with a self-installation kit, so there shouldn't be a gap in signing up for the program and being able to get online quickly. It's not like you're going to have to wait for a technician to be able to come out and wire you. This should be something that most households should be able to do on a self-install basis, and it will provide that critical connectivity for a year. And this is something that, as we look at APS needing to deliver instruction over distance presently, and perhaps likely even when school resumes in the fall, this will be a critical piece in ensuring that students don't fall behind simply because of not having sufficient enough family income. And that concludes my report, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dorsey, and we'll be hearing about that soon. I think this pandemic has made it so clear that internet should be a utility like water and electricity, and that everybody is going to need it in this day and age. So I'm glad we can do that for our students. Thank you. If there are no more board reports for today, I will move to our appointments, and I will make a motion which needs no second. And I will move the following appointments. For the Commission on Aging, Cynthia Schneider, reappoint her for a term ending March 31, 2023. To the Arts Commission, appoint Elin Coates for a term ending May 31st, 2023. To the Crystal City Citizens Review Council, CCCRC, please reappoint Harrison Wadsworth for a term ending April 30th, 2022, and reappoint Taylor Lotch for a term ending March 31st, 2022. To the Emergency Preparedness Advisory Commission, reappoint Adam Jennist for a term ending March 31, 2023. Reappoint Matt Smith for a term ending May 31st, 2023. To the Fiscal Affairs Advisory Commission, reappoint Steve Baker for a term ending February 28, 2022. To the Information Technology Advisory Commission, reappoint Philip Corrin for a term ending May 31, 2023. To the Neighborhood Complete Streets Commission, appoint Steve Wardell for a term ending May 31, 2023. To the Park and Rec Commission, please appoint Jill Barker for a term ending May 31, 2022. To the Sports Commission, reappoint Jessica Pasca for a term ending May 31, 2022. And finally, to the Transportation Commission, reappoint Margarita Scott Brose for a term ending April 30, 2023. So as I said, no second is needed. So all in favor, please say aye. Mr. DeFerranti.
Aye.
Ms. Crystal.
Aye.
Mr. Dorsey.
Aye.
Ms. Garvey. Aye. All right. So the appointments have been approved, and thank you to everyone who's been volunteering and has stepped up. We really appreciate it. We know it's interesting in this day and age, and we're continuing to work through how to do that, but we are continuing to have our work move forward, and really appreciate, again, people volunteering and stepping up. So that brings us to our regional reports, and I have a brief report on one item that I thought I would talk about a little bit. I think, as everybody knows, a group of the leaders in the larger jurisdictions in Northern Virginia went together on a letter to the governor asking him to delay the opening of moving to phase 1 here in Northern Virginia. And the genesis of that, in part, was our health directors all coming together and putting together a memo outlining how we in this region were not meeting the metrics that the governor himself had set out to move to phase 1 opening. And it was quite an effort in regional cooperation that was good to see. I think that's one of the benefits of this pandemic, is how much we're cooperating with each other, because frankly, we just need to. So the letter was put together by the health directors, and then I joined with the chairs of Prince William, Loudoun, Fairfax County, and the mayor of Alexandria to send a letter to the governor, and the governor then held a press conference a few days later announcing that he would be allowing our region to take a little more time to move to phase 1 because of the metrics presented by our health directors and the advocacy from us. The Northern Virginia Regional Commission, other members there also weighed in with a letter. And at the press conference, I just put up this, it's not a very good photo, but for those who might be interested about how press conferences happen, now. And I've actually never been in a press conference with a governor where I had a speaking role before. It was sort of interesting, but we all participated virtually. The governor, obviously, in Richmond, and we had Mayor Tarter from Falls Church, who's the chair of the Northern Virginia Regional Commission, start us off, and we all spoke with a message that we had all kind of agreed on ahead of time. Again, a lot of regional coordination. I really want to thank my colleagues in the region for all of us working together, and then absolutely behind the scenes, people don't see them as much, but the real hard work is done by our public health directors, our emergency managers, and our managers like Mr. Schwartz, who we'll hear from in just a little bit later today. But on the staff level, a lot of coordinating work is going on, and it's crucial to be doing right now. And I'm very proud to be a part of it, I think. So just thought I would report a little bit on that. And as I say, the screenshot's not gorgeous, but it was just kind of an interesting view of how this all happens in this day and age. So that's my report. And I think on regional reports, Mr. Dorsey, you've got one for us.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to follow up your report to talk about the more granular discussions on coordinated reopening that are taking place among the jurisdictions in the National Capital Region. I'm pleased to report that despite the trajectory of the coronavirus pandemic looking a little bit different depending on which jurisdiction you're looking at, there remains essentially a coordinated arc of how the pandemic is affecting jurisdictions in the National Capital Region. And as such, the jurisdictions that make up the NCR are still committed to the extent practicable, coordinating their reopening strategies to reduce confusion among people who may have great mobility within the region, and to ensure that we are paying attention to the way virology spreads so that we are not causing undue consequences for our neighbors by actions that we may take alone. Of course, that means when it comes to reopening dates and the specifics of those reopening plans, while you're likely to see variances just based on the different characteristics of all jurisdictions involved, there remains at least a committed effort to ensure that on the broad efforts, and particularly with the public health concerns, that we are coordinating those policies to the greatest extent we can.
Thank you, Mr. Dorsey, and thank you for all your efforts there. I know it's important work and takes a lot of time. It's good work. Thank you. Colleagues, any other regional reports? I don't believe so. All right, seeing none. Mr. Manager, over to you for your report. Mr. Schwartz.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let me just flip on my camera here for a second.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Start off this afternoon with an update and on Census 2020. You know, one of the things that we spend an enormous amount of time preparing for throughout the beginning of 2020, and April 1st was Census Day. We have some news to report on how we're doing and with the extended timelines. And for that, I'm going to turn it over to Elizabeth Hardy to give us an update.
Hello, good afternoon. I'm just going to share my screen.
Welcome, Elizabeth.
Is that working? Can you see that?
It's coming, I think.
Okay. That's not it.
There, is this it? Virtual chat? No.
No, that's not it. I apologize for that. Let me try it again.
Lovely purple screen.
I don't know where that has come from. Let's see. How about there?
Looks good.
Okay, great. Okay. All right, so this is just to give you guys an update of our response rate and operations. As you know, due to COVID, things have been a little delayed. The self-response phase has now been extended to October 31st. Group quarters enumeration, there's actually two types of group quarters enumeration. Group quarters can respond by e-response and paper, and that is currently going on right now until September 3rd. And then in-person enumeration will start July 1st to September 3rd. And then the non-response follow-up, and that has to do with when we have census takers in the neighborhood going around asking people for their responses. That will begin August 11th and go until October 31st. There's still some of the operations that we don't have any details on. The Census Bureau is still trying to figure this out for service enumeration. So when the Census Bureau counts the homeless persons experiencing homelessness, they have yet to determine when they are going to be doing that. When they go to soup kitchens and shelters, they also the mobile questionnaire assistance has been delayed, of course, and they are in work to see when they can get that back operational.
Elizabeth, are you able to advance the slides?
Can you not see it?
There we go. One is advanced.
Can you see that?
Yes, I can.
Might look like they haven't advanced, but they really have. How about that? Do you see the pending congressional approval? Has that changed? Okay. The Census Bureau is going to Congress to ask for congressional approval to extend the date for the apportionment counts to be reported to the president. So they're asking that date to be extended to April 30th of next year. And then that would also delay when states would get redistricting counts, and to do the redistricting process, Census Bureau is planning to ask for approval to delay that until July 31st of next year as well. So our current response rate is 68.3%. So we have about 80,000 households counted. That's great, but we still have a lot to go. I'd say we have around 30,000 more households to go. So that's still quite an effort that we have to undertake. If we look at how we're responding according to the region, we're kind of in the middle. There are some that are higher than us, lower than us, but we're still higher than the state's response rate. We're still higher than the nation as a whole as well. So we still have some more areas that we have to get people counted. And if we look at the breakout by the census tract and small area, the purple map here shows a response rate at the sub-county level. So the darker the color, the higher the response rate. So when we break the response rates down into different categories, the lowest one, the 49.8 to 61.4%, those areas are highlighted in red. And you can see the areas are, Arlington Mill, Columbia Forest, part of Douglas Park, Buckingham, just north of Ballston here, and then we go into Pentagon City and Crystal City over on this side. So if we look at the demographics of all of those areas in red, that makes up an estimated 20.3% of Arlington's population. 40.7% of Arlington's Black or African American live in these areas. 1/3 of Arlington's Hispanic or Latino population also live in these areas. Same goes for 27.4% of Arlington's Asian population. 31.3% of those living below poverty also live in these red highlighted areas, along with 42.8% of the population that are without a high school diploma. So, we're going through this process, we're getting the response rates back, we're reevaluating how do we get people counted. With COVID, it's very difficult because we had planned to do pop-ups. We plan to, go out into the community and assist people with the technology that they might need to get counted. So it's a little different now. But the time is now, and we need as much help as we can get. We're calling on all partners, all champions, all residents to help us with this effort, to encourage them more than ever to take the census. there's nothing too small that someone can do to encourage anyone to take the census. If it's calling someone who may not have internet access, or if it's contacting someone who speaks a different language, there is always ways that we can help and encourage people to take the census. And I would say the three things that we need to communicate to people right now is that it's important, safe, and confidential. And it's easy. You can go online. I have put the link up there, my2020census.gov. And take it. It's simple. It's all about us, right? It's self-defining. So you put down whatever you think is correct for you and your household. There are language support services. There's also a link I've added for the language support services as well. But we are now in the process of looking at what else can we do to make sure that we get everyone counted. Where I mentioned pop-ups before, now when we enter back into phase one, we are looking at how can we implement a pop-up using safe social distancing and other practices to make sure that we can get people the technology that they need to complete the census. We're also going to be calling on civic associations and schools and community leaders in those hard to count areas and those response areas to make sure that they know how their areas are responding and ideas how we can make sure that the people that live in those areas are captured in the census. And again, here is our website information. If anyone needs any resources or has any questions, feel free to contact us at any time.
All right. Is that it, Ms. Hardy?
That's it.
Thank you. Mark, I'll just see if my colleagues have any questions. That's all
Okay.
right. Any questions for Ms. Hardy?
I do.
Mr. Dorsey? Yep.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Ms. Hardy, have we considered at any point using any kind of geo-targeting efforts, considering that we do know, geographically speaking, where our response rates are low, as a way to maybe take advantage of the fact that people aren't moving around so much and are likely to be, at least, if not at home, close to home, and maybe pushing out some specific messages across a variety of devices to try and improve responses?
So we have looked into different ways that we could do that, but we can definitely explore some more of that. We have been doing a lot of social media and targeting different populations on Facebook, but I think we need to think about really who are the people who haven't responded and what is going to reach those populations. So we can definitely look into that some more.
I encourage us to do so. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Any other questions, colleagues?
Just a comment, Madam Chair. I just wanted to thank Ms. Hardy and the team, and in particular some members of our Complete Count Committee for the dedicated outreach via Zoom events recently. I was really glad to join Ms. Hardy and a member of our CCC to doing some outreach to the members of our Muslim community here in Arlington. And it really, I think, shows the power of that Complete Count Committee and the individuals represented when people can speak in the same language, either literally or metaphorically, to their neighbors and share their own experiences. So that's been really powerful. I'm so impressed at how our committee members and our staff continue to be so dedicated despite the challenges of meeting virtually. And I don't know if it's ready for public distribution yet, but the Complete Count bingo card in particular is a great way for people to engage and help make sure that our hard to count population gets represented too.
Great. Anything else? Well, Ms. Hardy, thank you. I know I am not the only one to observe this, but clearly the folks that were needing to support for food, and probably the folks who are going to need to get help, getting the COVID testing when we get to that point, it's pretty much the same population. So I believe we've been doing some outreach for the census along with food distributions and things like that. But it could be as we get more into this pandemic and start to connect better with people with the services that will really boost the effort on the census as well. But I'm glad you going out to people and speaking in their own language as you and Miss Crystal did. That's really crucial. Thank you. Thanks. And thanks, Katie, for doing that. That's great. All right. Thank you very much. Mr.
Sure.
Short.
Thank you. Next item, Madam Chair, is, one of the things that's happened during the pandemic is it's been a few months since we've had an opportunity to give you an update on the work that's being done with the racial equity cohort that was a part of the Metropolitan Washington Council of Governments. So today I've asked Samia Bird and Tiffany Wesley, Battalion Chief from the Fire Department, and Arlova Vom, our zoning administrator. They're going to be joining me to give you an update on how the pandemic has adjusted our timelines and some of their current thoughts. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Bird.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, well, good afternoon. I'm going to share a presentation with you all, hopefully. Hopefully you're seeing it.
Yes.
Okay. So it's been February since we've been before you, and just based on what I've been hearing so far, we have a bit of an underlying theme of racial equity in the presentations that have been before you so far. So I wanted to just, we wanted to give you an update on our realizing Arlington's commitment to equity, which is a reminder that that was what RACE stands for, and that's the team name for the cohort. And obviously a lot has happened since our last presentation to you in February. And while much has changed, there's some things that have not, and that's our commitment to focusing on racial equity. So obviously, there should be no surprise, and we know all the data, especially given the work of our Destination 2027 task force, that Black and Brown people and those already vulnerable and underserved populations are disproportionately being impacted by COVID-19. And we wanted to take a minute to note that the county's response is a direct result of our understanding and all of the data and the things that we do know of what has been happening in terms of who benefits, who is burdened, who is missing, and how do we know. And in particular, as we think about how we've been responding and our future response to the effort. So we have definitely done a lot around healthcare. And one of the really good things that I think we should be proud of is standing up the clinic at Arlington Mill, so that those who did not have access are better able to access services in that area of the county. We've done a lot around digital equity. Mr. Dorsey spoke about this a little bit earlier in terms of what we're wanting to do with APS, but we've also done the same as an organization throughout the county in terms of setting up opportunities for people to access free Wi-Fi and hotspots, et cetera. We've been doing a lot around food security, which Libby mentioned a few moments ago, also housing and making sure that people have access to housing resources as well as emergency assistance for rent assistance, et cetera. And we've done a lot around trying to make sure that we can get information and resources out in different languages to make sure that people understand what's available to them and the resources that they can tap into. So we definitely want to continue with these efforts, and I think that it's really important that a lot of those, as we know, are reaching the population that is disproportionately impacted, and particular based on race. So one of the things that also should not be a surprise is that there's been a lot of information on this topic among the cohort, as well as GARE and COG, and in particular race and the implications of health disparities on Black and Brown people. And so I wanted to let Tiffany Wesley talk a little bit about what's happening with the cohort and where we are, and then also Arlova as well.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
So the where we are now in our cohort, we've been holding virtual Zoom meetings once a month around the scheduled time that we were originally. And right now they are unsure of a end date for the timeline. It was supposed to be in June, and our timeline, our projected pilot project was supposed to be due in September. Of course, with COVID, we've been unable to meet on a regular basis, as well as the virtual meetings are not as productive as in-person meetings, of course. And so we're asking that our timeline be moved until the end of the year, December 2020, with a projected time. We do want to continue on with our workforce diversity, but we also want to include a component of COVID with that. So we're holding virtual meetings one time a month, and we're also meeting outside of that without group as much as possible. Again, the deadline for the end of the program has not been set yet, nor has a date for the new cohort. That's undetermined right now. And we'll go to Arlova with where we are with our pilot project.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is just meant to, since it's been a while since we last spoke, remind everyone of where we thought we were going with the project and where we've decided to pivot slightly. So our pilot project that the cohort selected was about our workforce and, specifically diversity in our workforce. So we were planning to collect data about our employees and looking at positions and how those lay out in terms of race and where people are at certain levels in the organization. There was an interest definitely looking at management level and leadership positions. And so we're still going to collect that data and do that analysis. Given the pandemic, it would be difficult not to shift or at least pivot our focus. We are all, as county leaders, now being asked to look at how we do our business and how that might change and how that should change as a result of COVID. And we're in a position where we are likely going to be making some changes. And so we just want to be mindful of what impact those changes might have, and be careful to continue to use the lens of racial equity when looking how to move past this pandemic and making sure that we aren't continuing to perpetuate inequities that already exist. So we've already started having anecdotal conversations amongst our team about how to do this, and we're going to need a little more time.
So,
yeah.
Are you finished? I'm sorry. Yeah. Okay. So in closing, as we look to plan to reopen the government, as well as look to plan out the future, how everything is going to look with our new norms, as Arlova spoke to, we've been looking at anecdotal data, but we want to remind everyone that we have to include those 4 questions. And that's going to apply to the workforce as we see now, who's on that front line, and who has the digital divide and the health disparities. And so we're asking everyone to keep in mind who benefits, who's burdened, who's missing, and how do we know? And that's going to be critical, that data collection and analysis piece as we move forward.
Thank you.
Are there any questions?
There might be. Colleagues, questions for our group?
I've got just a quick comment that I just wanted to share. I'm glad that you mentioned, Samia, that Ms. Bird, that the one slide, I think within the last week, digital equity, food, housing. I was pleased that there's been measurable steps within the last week on each of those. And that doesn't mean that every week I feel that level of measurement, but this week I feel like we've been working on each of them and have something that's delivered. So the digital equity piece that Mr. Dorsey mentioned, really appreciate it. And so I'm glad as well for the focus on our workforce, because I do think that just as I get to know more and more of our county employees working so hard, there certainly is inequities in our workforce that we still need to work on. So more a comment than a question. This is just very important work that we continue to do and not move our eye off the ball during this time. Particularly, we need to focus on those 4 questions right now as I see it. So thanks for it.
Thank you.
Ms. Crystal.
Yeah, Madam Chair, forgive me, I'm having some technical difficulties. Can you hear me?
I can.
Great. Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you for the presentation, and I'm heartened to know that the cohort is continuing its thinking and, in fact, pivoting to look at some of the ways in which the outcomes we're seeing in who is being affected by the coronavirus and COVID-19 is not only caused by things like the social determinants of health, but should be prioritized in our response. So really appreciate that. I did have one question, and I suppose this didn't occur to me when you all shared the initial pilot with us, what feels like an eternity ago, about the focus on management and representation and staff. I wondered how the work that you all are doing interacts with, overlays with, complements, or otherwise, the work that happens in our Human Rights Office with regard to the affirmative action plan, the barrier analysis, and some of the other sort of standard practices that we try to have underway to consider how representative our workforce is.
That's an excellent question. In fact, we are looking to utilize some of that data in our final project. So it does have an overlay, and we're, yes.
But I do want to distinguish, though, that for the cohort program, the pilot really was intended to be something that COG established so that we can just learn how to develop the racial equity tool and how it would apply. So it's somewhat coincidental that we have that work happening at the same time, but it's not necessarily intended for us to duplicate that.
Got it. Okay. Well, I'm sure having a fresh set of eyes with a particular emphasis on equity can only help in those efforts, but appreciate knowing that maybe you might have chosen a different pilot if it weren't the one across the entire COG cohort. Thanks.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you.
Mr. Darcy.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. Wesley, Ms. Vohm, and Ms. Bird for the presentation. It was really helpful to see sort of in one place how the work on on equity generally is playing a role in our COVID response. And it just reminds me, and I just hope you will indulge me in articulating that, what we have said from the beginning of advancing these initiatives is really bearing fruit in the response to COVID that we're seeing that you outlined, Ms. Bird. While primarily there is a benefit to persons who have been marginalized historically, and as we know, that's primarily on the basis of race and ethnicity, the reason they have been marginalized has often been due to government actions or government inactions. And on its face, it would be worthy of this kind of concerted response. But what's apparent through this work is that the benefits accrue not only to those persons who have been marginalized, but to everyone. When we consider our ability to test people and provide for a concerted action to reduce the spread among certain populations, that benefits everyone. When we're able to focus resources on providing for the connectivity needs for our students, that is a very, very small price to pay as opposed to remediating educational deficits later on, which are much more expensive. The same is true for keeping people in housing so that you're dealing with a fairly narrow issue versus a widely systemic and costly issue later on. So these are benefits that are the right thing to do for people who have been disadvantaged by the actions or inactions of government in the past. But the great thing is it benefits the broader populace as well. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Well, Mr. Dorsey, I was heading the same direction you are, and you said it all very well. I remember, I think years ago when you were first campaigning, you used to say that the economically smart thing to do was also the right thing to do. And I'll be interested as we kind of continue to go through. It seems to me one of the issues that we face dealing with racial equity is an assumption on the parts of some people that doesn't really exist. It's not really an issue anymore. And it seems to me this pandemic is making it really clear how very real it is. And then I think there are a lot of people who think, well, what happens to Black and brown people or poor people doesn't really affect me anyway. And so I kind of care, but it doesn't matter. And I think it's gotten really, really clear that it really does matter. If some of our population gets sick, we all get sick. So because I'm a natural optimist and a bit of a Pollyanna, I really hope one of the outcomes of this pandemic is going to be actually to support the work you all are doing and make it clear to people that the problem, one, exists, and two, that we've got to solve it if we're going to move forward as a community, and that we are literally all in this together. So I continue to be hopeful, and I'm glad you guys are working on this, and look forward to more reports on kind of what you're seeing as you move forward. We're all kind of adapting. So thank you very, very much for what you're doing, and thanks for this report. So thank you.
Thank you.
All right. If there are no other questions, I think we'll turn it back to you, Mr. Schwartz. Thank you all, ladies. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for your support.
Oh, of course. No, thanks for what you're doing. Thank you.
Yeah, and I want to thank them too. They've been persevering. So next up is a subject that I think is near and dear to a lot of members of the community who serve on county commissions. And we're going to walk through a little bit of a process that we have described previously, but on virtual meetings and how we are proposing to approach them. And for that, I'm going to ask Jessica Marguerite from Community Planning, Housing and Development Department to make a presentation. So over to you, Jessica.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Manager. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the board. I'm going to share my screen. If you're not seeing it, just let me know. My name is Jessica Marguerite. I work for the Department of Community Planning, Housing and Development. And on this topic, I'm working with the County Manager's Office, the Board Office, Department of Technology, the County Attorney, and many others. We're all working together on our ability to bring more public meetings and community engagement online. It's going to come to no surprise to you, especially as we sit here in a virtually convened meeting, that we are hearing an increased desire for more virtual public meetings, particularly from our commissions, boards, committees, and advisory groups. For the last 2 months, we all have had to grapple with how to remain connected with our work colleagues, with our families, our friends, and many of us may have received invites or links to a video call or a virtual meeting, maybe even a birthday party. Last month, I joined a virtual brunch with my 97-year-old grandfather. It was really easy. I received the email invite, I clicked on a button, and seconds later, a whole bunch of mini boxes popped up, and I could see all of my cousins' faces. Unfortunately, as the county government hosting a virtual meeting, we're subject to certain requirements, and it's not that simple. So what I'm going to focus on today is answering why can't the county just get with the times and start hosting more of these meetings online. We have specific legal requirements we must meet. Certain technology and staff resources are needed to meet those requirements, and balancing that mix is creating some scheduling constraints. So we've developed a decision tree to help make strategic decisions around scheduling, much of which is clarification and additional detail on the guidance that was previously shared with these groups. We think what we have to propose is going to be a very successful solution for some smooth meetings, and we're excited about it. So I'm going to start off with the legal requirements. The good news is we are legally authorized to hold these public meetings virtually. This actually wasn't always the case. And I'm going to summarize this without getting into too much legalese detail, but between the Freedom of Information Act, the county's continuity of government ordinance, and recent amendments to the budget bills, we're able to convene virtual meetings to both address the governor's declared emergency and to assure the continued operations of government. This legal go-ahead for these groups applies for the near term while we are in the state of emergency, and in some cases, it's going to apply for a period of 6 months after that. The bottom line and what to understand with that piece is that this shift to virtual meetings at this time is not permanent, but we do have the authority for it to continue for a set period of time, and we're going to need to consult with our county attorney once the state of emergency is lifted. Regardless of which legal justification permits the group to meet virtually, all public meeting requirements under FOIA are going to apply. So what does that mean? I've outlined them pretty simply in these bullets here. One is that we're going to need adequate public notice. this was needed before, but now we're also going to need to describe the virtual aspects of the meeting, and this includes how the public would access it. Public access is the ability for the public to be able to attend the meeting. Just as in person, when we held these at a physical location, the public could attend and come in and out of the door as they pleased. The virtual meeting needs to replicate that. So we need to provide open access, and the general public needs to be able to come and go. For public hearings, they're a unique type of meeting, but a virtual process for verbal public testimony at those is going to need to be provided along with pre-registration or signups. For all other meetings, a general public comment opportunity is required. Similar protocols to the public hearings could be used for verbal comments, and for commissions that don't accept verbal comments, the general comments could be collected in written form, such as via email or online comment forms. During the meeting, just as we did in person, we're going to need to take meeting minutes. And after the meeting concludes, a transcription or a recording is going to need to be posted to the county website along with the meeting minutes and those materials. So to meet all of those legal requirements that we just discussed, we're going to have to establish a virtual meeting model, and that's what the team that I introduced at the beginning has been working on and testing. I'm going to walk through a snapshot of what the different elements are to a virtual public meeting and what technology and staff resources we would use to accomplish it. So for commissioners, staff, advisory board members, applicants, anyone needing to present or speak to the meeting itself, they're going to join a Microsoft Teams video call similar to what we're using today. And we're also going to be sharing helpful tips and a guide with them on how to use this. We're also encouraging early practice or dry run sessions to make sure everyone is oriented and comfortable with that tool before the meeting happens. Public access. This is the piece I mentioned before about making sure that the public can come and go. So virtually, we're going to accomplish this by broadcasting the meeting stream to YouTube and the Arlington Government Public Access channel, both of which have closed captioning available. We also have the capability to provide a dial-in phone line, which is a great option for someone who may not have internet connectivity. General public comment can be accomplished, like I mentioned before, in written form with something like an online web form, email. We could even provide mailing address for those to be mailed in. And verbal public testimony, when applicable, is going to be accomplished by inviting folks who pre-registered to a Microsoft Teams meeting or providing them a dial-in phone number, and they can join the meeting at a specific time to provide their comment. Staff will assist them by making sure they know when and how to access the meeting, how to mute and unmute themselves, how long they have to speak, etc. After the meeting, we will be posting meeting or transcription materials to the county website. And as you can see from the overview on this slide, there are a number of different pieces working together to recreate that in-person engagement meeting. And the team has worked really hard to research and test the model that we found successful. But the flip side of that is that the staff and technology resources to pull it off are much more intensive than they are for the in-person version. So some steps more than others. For example, adding one of the new online comment forms. Sure, that will require additional coordination and staff's time, but the impact of that is just a few hours per meeting. Perhaps one person could take care of that. But when we start looking at what it takes to provide public access and broadcast the meeting, we're now looking at an additional technology and meeting support staff group present at each meeting. Specific technical expertise is also required to make sure that they run smoothly, and the added staff are in addition to the staff liaison and their team who typically run the meetings. That's going to be on top of course, the resources I mentioned as we were going to prepare everyone and train them and make sure they're equipped ahead of time. So those resources are going to be on top of that. So finally, we also are dealing with some scheduling constraints that I want to make sure we explain. One is the staffing element I just referenced. We need to make sure there's enough woman and manpower available before and after each meeting. And two, our broadcast channel availability is an important thing to understand. Back in the golden days, which by the way, the new definition of golden days is just over 2 months ago. You could open up the My Arlington app and view the public calendar, and you could pick any night of the week and you would see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 meetings happening at a time, probably more. Well, we could check in with Bryna on what the record is for the most public meetings on one night. But in our new reality, we can only broadcast 1 meeting at a time. And so that's going to consequently have a drastically, the consequence of that is going to be that we're going to have drastically fewer meetings per week. So we're going to need commission and advisory groups to work with us on this and be prudent with their meeting requests and flexible. For example, they may need to move their traditional meeting times to windows where the broadcast channel is available, or during windows when more technical support staff are already working and available. This is all going to require some careful orchestration, and we want to be very strategic about how we go about that, how we utilize resources, and how we prioritize which meetings need to happen. To accomplish this, we've structured a decision tree. This is going to clarify previous guidance that the board has already shared with advisory group members, chairs, their staff liaisons, and it's going to help everyone determine whether or not the group needs to meet and how to move that decision forward. So I'm going to walk through a simplified version of this chart, but I just want to point out that after the meeting, it is going to be available on engage.arlingtonva.us. So anyone listening doesn't need to feverishly scribble down everything that I say. You will be able to go to that link and get a copy of it yourself. The first half of the chart aims to answer the first essential question: should the group meet virtually? Groups can work themselves through 3 bubbles on the chart to determine that answer. The first bubble is asking, does the group have statutory deadline requirements to meet? And this, we're working with the county attorney on figuring out which of these groups do meet this requirement. But I have a few examples for you, such as the Board of Equalization. They must take action on appeals prior to tax deadlines, and so they need those meetings to occur. The Planning Commission is another example. The Code of Virginia requires that they meet and act on items prior to the county board hearing them. And a few other examples include the Board of Zoning Appeals and the Electoral Board. If a group can answer yes to this first question, they're going to move down to the second half of the decision tree. I'll cover that in a moment, but if the answer is no, they're going to move over to the second bubble. This is asking, does the county board require the group's input on an upcoming agenda item? Each month, as you determine your agenda, each county board member can work with the staff in the county manager's office on items that require commission and advisory board input. Those requests are going to be relayed through the county manager's office to staff liaisons, and they will then work with each chair on a proposed agenda and work its way through the second half of the decision tree that we'll go over in a second to get approval for that meeting. If the answer to both of these bubbles is no, our final point here, lower Mark's face there, is at this time, we don't feel that the group needs to meet virtually, but alternative methods of collecting input are encouraged, and that would include written online comment forms, email. We could even look at surveys and other online tools available to collect input. So the second half of the decision tree is really looking at the approval process that will be used in order to finalize a meeting date, time, agenda, and put the right technology and staff resources in place. It will start with the staff liaison. They will share requests for input received from the county board and county manager with the chair. They'll collaborate with chairs on potential agenda items, and they'll start the formal request for a process to meet. We're providing staff liaisons and chairs with some sample agenda criteria. Again, all matters that could be postponed to a later date due to the resource and scheduling challenges should be postponed. And when chairs and staff liaisons are making decisions about what should land on the agenda, they're encouraged to make sure it meets one of these items listed here. This includes it's reacting to the COVID-19 response. It's required to continue government operations. The county board has requested input on it, or it has significant impact on something like economic interest, land use, or relieving a backlog of applications. Next, what would happen is the staff liaison would push forward the draft agenda and the formal written request, And that would go to their bureau division chief. In some cases, this may be these roles identified in this step, depending on the department and the number of requests that they're seeing. If it's a smaller number, these roles could be combined, but that request would then make it to the department director. Department director is going to work with their communications and engagement team on making sure that certain resources are in place before they pass that request on to the deputy county manager. The deputy county manager is going to review final requests with the county manager and the county board. What's also going to happen is they're going to reach out to the county manager office communications and public engagement team, along with the Department of Technology Services. These two groups are going to make sure that we have the correct resources in place that can support the back-end technology and staff requirements for the meeting. And that input on those staff resource considerations, scheduling, access to the broadcasting channel that I mentioned, all of that is going to be confirmed before the commission, board, or advisory group's meeting date is finalized. That summarizes our decision tree. Our next steps are this information that I talked about today is going to be emailed to commission and advisory board chairs and staff liaisons. It'll also be available online. Staff liaisons and support teams are going to continue internal trainings that we have scheduled on the meeting technology and how to effectively run a virtual meeting. There's some additional skills required there. And virtual meeting help guides, tip sheets on how to be to effectively do this is going to be shared with commission and advisory group chairs, potential speakers or applicants, and staff running those meetings. We're also offering dry run sessions or practice sessions with any group before they hold their first meeting, so everyone's comfortable. That is all I have for you, and I am happy to take any questions.
Thank you. I am guessing there are going to be some questions. That was great. Colleagues, any questions for Ms. Marguerite? Who wants to go first? Matt, Mr. DeFranti.
Sure. So, Ms. Marguerite, thanks very much for the presentation. I do think, for context, the scale of the challenge that we're facing, that staff is facing right now, with over 10,000 Arlingtonians having filed for unemployment, and the hunger and housing, the critical needs that we're facing informs this process. So I appreciate that. You know from the discussions that there'll be a few folks who will say, you know, just as a for example, couldn't we just do a Zoom call and make it happen? And without picking on any one provider, I think that there's some of the safety and security concerns and decorum. Is that part of our thinking on that? Why we can't just do that in addition to the legal frameworks that we need to meet?
Sure, that's a great question. So I think that Zoom is the favorite provider to mention because, you know, like I mentioned in the beginning, the brunch with my grandfather or a birthday party, that's typically the link that you're getting. So people are comfortable with it and they know that that's available and fast. But it's important to note that whatever mechanism that we use for the video call itself, be it Microsoft Teams, Zoom, another provider, they all have the same, we have the legal requirements and the staffing and the resource constraints, needing the broadcast channel access, that applies to all of them. So it almost doesn't matter which one we pick. We're going to end up with the same constraints and concerns.
Got it. Great. Appreciate it. I may have one more question, but I'll yield for others.
All right. Mr. Dorsey.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. Marguerite. I really appreciate that. You comprehensively went over a quite thoughtful approach, and I think the essential takeaway, and I'll look for you for affirmation or correction as necessary. You know, the way in which most people would look at this, is it technologically feasible and easy to do? Well, we've answered that a long time ago. Of course it is. But as we consider what the role the commissions play in our community, it's not just about whether those specific individuals can participate. It's about whether our public can participate. And the provision of public participation, meaning people beyond the commissions or people who need accessibility due to a disability, that requires a degree of staff involvement, which, regardless of the ease of technology, just requires many hands. It's not beyond our capacity to deliver. In fact, we do it all the time. But despite the few frames that we see on camera. There are many other people working behind the scenes who never get on camera in order to be able to ensure that we are complying with the law. And that's really undergirding this entire process. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, thank you. Ms. Crystal, did you have anything? I don't see your hand, but I worry I might be missing you.
No, I'm here. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I just appreciate this tremendously. I think this is the need for this is indicative of what we're actually seeing in a number of areas, which is we can operate in emergency mode probably for a number of weeks. And beyond that, we're actually trying to figure out what's a new normal, right? We can't put all of the work of the community on hold. And if there's work of the community being done, then we know we want the Arlington way to be in effect and our advisory groups to be weighing in. And so I really appreciate staff's effort, Ms. Marguerite in particular, for putting pen to paper and coming up with this flow chart so that we can assure all of our commissions that we are thinking about the need for our advisory groups to meet, the opportunity to do so, and managing the demands of doing so holistically, fairly, and consistently. So no questions, just wanted to say that I deeply appreciate the work, and I really appreciate our commissioners. I know we've each been in touch with the chairs of the commissions with whom we liaise, and I just have found mine to be deeply understanding of these demands that these place on staff, respectful and deferential when needed. And I think in the paraphrased words of our chair on the Commission on Aging in particular, staff have been working so hard, which is evident by the emails he's getting at all hours of the day. He knows everyone's juggling your own families and your own work as well as adjusting to this new normal. And so I know he and other commission chairs agree that they're happy to defer to a process that allows that spirit of engagement to continue while also being respectful of the demands on our team.
Great. So I want to thank you too, Ms. Marguerite. I really, you kind of made that chart come alive. The chart is great, but your discussion was wonderful. I loved hearing about your grandfather's, the brunch you had with your grandfather. And I found myself thinking that when I talk to people, because I totally understand it. If you do these Zoom calls, I've done them with family all over the world, and it seems so easy and it's great. But if you say it, well, like so you're having a brunch with your grandfather, but to do it as a county meeting, you'd have to make sure everybody in the county was invited, right? And could come. And then you'd have to make sure that they had access in case they were, they had mobility problems. And then you'd have to make sure there were minutes of the meeting and they were recorded and they were produced. And you had to make sure everybody was safe in the meeting. I mean, and so then people, you start, if you can, as you're doing here, show how a Zoom meeting for a brunch or a family thing like we all do is not the same. Even in real life, it's not. That's why we don't do it in real life. So I think that's really helpful. And where I'm headed with this is the chart you've done is great. Could you, I mean, I don't want to give you direction or whatever, could you kind of record what you just gave in your presentation to us and maybe just elaborate a little bit on how it's different and get it down so that I could forward it to my commissioners, not just the paper, but the background to it and your discussion, because I really think that put it in context. It made it real, all of the work that goes behind, because you just, when you look at a piece of paper, even you don't see that. So anyway, that's for staff to figure out, but I think that would be immensely helpful for me to be able to forward that and say, hey, watch this little podcast. It's great. Okay.
Yes, thank you all for your comments.
No, it's great work. I think Mr. DeFranti might have one more question. I'm not sure.
Well, I think you've summed it up. I think it's worth just mentioning for all of our commissioners and leaders that this is not a set in stone forever. This is to address the time that we're in. And so I imagine that there's some point, you said at the beginning of your presentation, Ms. Marguerite, that, the golden years were 2 months ago. And I think if you look forward, things are changing rapidly. So just as our public is concerned about this, I want to provide that as I think this is a great process, and we'll keep reevaluating, I believe, Madam Chair, right?
Absolutely. Absolutely. We're all just constantly evolving here. Innovation is the word. Thank you. Thank you so much, Ms. Marguerite, and if you get that podcast, I want to see it because I'd like to send it out. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Okay. But that might require work too. I understand. Mr. Schwartz, back to you.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, and a special thank you to Jessica and also the people who assisted her with that presentation. What I want to do now is just wrap up with a short summary and update to the community on where we are in COVID-19. And I can't say this often enough, and I know this isn't true for everybody, but I really urge people to go to our website. You can't avoid the link at the very top of the banner on the page at arlingtonva.us and click on the COVID update button. And there you'll have as many details as you need on food, financial and housing assistance, and a range of other information. Specifically, when it comes to people who need assistance, usually in the area of food or housing, there's a phone number that we've been asking people to call, 703-228-1300. And I think the call volume we've experienced there has actually tripled over the last few weeks. And so that is a sign of the need in the community for information on that. We also have another phone number, which is much not specific to relief questions, but questions about other issues related to COVID, 703-228-7999. And you'll see a lot of information has gone out in the last few days on signs that we've posted across the county in our medians as a way to provide additional information, and those signs are in several languages. I specifically wanted to give a shout out to those individuals who are working on the Cooperative for a Hunger-Free Arlington. They issued their first report on the 15th of May, and I'm just going to briefly go through some of the highlights. In the 4 weeks predating May 15th, there were 6,174 meals delivered to low-income, homebound COVID-positive patients. And we've also provided emergency AFAC groceries to 57% of clients. And essentially, the number of families or clients served by AFAC has doubled in the last month. And we have worked with the Arlington Public Schools to make sure that they are providing food for their students. We have about 27 county staff from various departments who've been working with AFAC on some of the deliveries. We've done a lot of work, and it's really an immense effort by the PTAs across the county who have been working. And also there's a Real Food for Kids group that's providing gift cards and groceries to 1,400 families. And so a lot going on there, a lot of volunteer opportunities. I still urge people to go to the Volunteer Arlington website and sign up there. There are a number of opportunities. Let me speak a little bit to some of the questions that we always get, it seems, at the town halls, which are in specific areas. On testing, I think I may have mentioned earlier, maybe it was at the town hall, the Virginia Hospital Center has been working with us at the North Quincy Street location to do tests of about 180 tests every day. And as of yesterday, we had performed a little bit over 6,200 tests in Arlington, 60% coming from the collection site on North Quincy Street, and also the additional site that's been open a week at Arlington Mill. We hope to have some announcements in the next day or two about a significant increase in our testing capacity, so stay tuned. Now, our goal obviously is to move to a situation where anybody can be tested at any time, and we're a ways from that, but we're working very hard on that. That was a short summary on testing. On the metrics that were laid out in the letter, Madam Chair, that you referred to earlier, that our public health directors sent to the chief administrative officers and accompanied your letter to the governor. The number of cases and hospitalizations and the relevant metrics are all laid out very nicely. I'm not going to spend time going through them. On Northern Virginia Regional Commission has a website, and I'm going to give you the URL right now. It is, let's see, novaregion-dashboard.com. So that's novaregion-dashboard.com/coronavirus. And you can go on there and see hospitalization and testing data for all of Northern Virginia, which is the area that the governor is focused on, and then break it down for Arlington. And you can get some additional information on the daily results. Also, you can go to the Virginia Department of Health website and find breakouts according to various demographic categories. I wanted to report that we have, when it comes to PPE, masks, gloves, and gowns, we have enough on hand right now, currently at a 10-week supply. And I'm hoping sometime in the next week or so, we'll post a video. We have essentially stood up an emergency logistics operation, which is unparalleled in our county efforts, and providing hundreds and thousands of pieces of PPE and set up a distribution network that didn't exist. One more thing before I move on to discussions of phase one having to do with masks. We are in the process, and I hope by next week to have something more specific to relay to you. We're going to be setting up locations across the county where people who do not have masks could go and get them if needed, and also working with some of our nonprofits and other organizations in the county to make sure that masks are available to people as needed. And then to wrap up, there has been some discussion previously about what would happen when we get to phase one. We have been thinking about this all along. And we, right now, if we get to May 29th, prior to that, hopefully sometime early next week, we will come out with some direction and advice. We're trying to take a look at what other Northern Virginia jurisdictions are thinking about and what other parts of the Commonwealth have done, for example, when it comes to restaurants and how they may be able to increase their capacity. And a lot of questions still outstanding. So I just wanted to end there. I'm happy to entertain any questions and encourage people also, if they have questions, they can always reach out to us. And as you had mentioned, there's going to be a town hall on Friday. So with that, I conclude my report.
Thank you, Mr. Schwartz. Colleagues, any questions for our manager?
Madam Chair,
Mr. DeFranti, yes.
Just one. I think you touched on this, but Mr. Manager, if you just describe a little bit, I think it fits with this time in the report, the number of households that are having trouble paying rent and how we're responding. I know that's taking a lot of resources, and I just think that it's worth just a little bit to describe that and highlight that, because there are many who we are helping and keeping in their homes.
Right. So there will be a little bit more detail about that in tonight's presentation related to some of the funding issues. But we have moved from a situation where we were providing, smaller stipends to a certain number of houses, and we're right now 739 households had been served previously, and the new number is, and I can't, I scribbled down my note here. I can't actually read the number I wrote. I apologize. But when we have this evening, I know Anita Friedman will be able to provide that. But we've had provided $300,000 recently to Thrive, and they are providing funding to those residents who are less than 50% of the area median income, and to prevent the evictions where they're spending approximately $100,000 a week, which is much different than the $40,000 that they had been spending maybe for a 6-month period prior to that. So a lot more details tonight, rather than mangle any more of the numbers. Given the unemployment numbers you had cited earlier and the huge surge in unemployment and stress, we are doing an enormous amount in addition to the authorization that the board had to relieve people of obligations to pay some loans for our housing providers.
Great, thanks. Didn't mean to, we're moving on to thousands now, but I just think if people are watching this segment of the meeting, I just think it's important to recognize how much we're trying to do to help folks not get evicted and stay in their homes. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. DeFerranti. Thank you, Mr. Schwartz. Ms. Crystal, did you have any questions for our manager?
I don't. I appreciate the update, as well as the presence of staff on this town halls weekly for people to ask exactly these types of questions. And I know we have an agenda item later, not only on the emergency financial assistance and other safety net support, but in fact about allocation of the CARES Act money. And if anyone has been wondering what the county government has been up to with regard to COVID-19, I think that table of expenditures really summarizes it. It's been an extraordinary effort, and it is not even close to over.
Right. Yeah, at some point I'd like to get some of this on graphs, I think, making it really visual. Mr. Dorsey, question, comment?
Nope. No questions, no comments. Thank you, Madam Chair.
That's fine. Thank you. All right, colleagues. Mr. Schwartz, thank you very much. Colleagues, I need to make a motion now to move us into a closed meeting. So I move that the county board convene a closed meeting as authorized by Virginia Code sections 2.2, 3711A1, 7, 8, and 29 for the following purposes. 1, personnel matter involving an appointee of the county board, discussion of the award of a public contract involving the expenditure of public funds related to expanded Metro Rail facilities, and discussion of the terms and of such contract where discussion in open session would adversely affect the bargaining position and negotiating strategy of the county, and consultation with the county attorney concerning the acquisition of county property by the United States government for the expansion of Arlington National Cemetery. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Motion's been moved and seconded. All in favor, please say aye. Mr. DeFerranti.
Aye.
Ms. Crystal.
Aye.
Mr. Dorsey.
Aye.
Ms. Garvey. Aye. All right. We are now in closed session, and we will come out of closed session and re-adjourn here no earlier than 6:30 this evening for our evening agenda. Thank you all, colleagues. I'll see you in closed session in just a minute. County Board is back in session. Welcome to our May 19, 2020 carryover meeting. Before we get started, I need to make a quick motion and handle our reconvening. So I move that the members of the County Board certify that at the just concluded closed session, 1, only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements under Chapter 37, Title 2.2 of the Code of Virginia, and 2, only such public business matters as were identified in the motion by which the closed meeting was convened were heard, discussed, or considered by the board. Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
Thank you. Motion's been moved and seconded. The clerk will please call the roll.
Ms. Garvey,
Aye.
Mr. DeFerranti,
Aye.
Mr. Dorsey,
Yes.
Ms. Crystal.
Aye.
All right, thank you. Motion passes 4-0. So thank you all for those of you who have joined us. Before we get started, I'm going to go over just a few bits of information here, a few brief announcements. So if while you're waiting to speak, for those who are waiting to speak, please keep your phones and your devices muted until you're called. The moderator can mute you but cannot unmute you. So if you're calling by a phone, you need to press *6 to unmute yourself so we can hear you. If you're using a computer or an app, you can just click the microphone button on the toolbar. Board members will not be able to see you, but we will be able to hear you. You will be able to hear the meeting yourselves through your device. Please, if you're listening and monitoring some other ways with the meeting, please turn that sound off, or else there'll be a lot of echoing around you. Please note that there is a 30 to 40 second delay sometimes in the live stream and the cable broadcast, which is why you want to turn off that TV when you're speaking to us. If you're speaking on items pulled from Saturday's consent agenda, you will have up to 3 minutes to speak on all matters there. And please listen for the tone to indicate to you that your time has elapsed. And our clerk is going to give that a sound like, well, what are those tones? All right, you'll know. Thank you. And after you're done speaking, please exit the call so the sound goes off and we can get the next person up to speak to us. You can continue to participate in the meeting via the live stream online or cable channel Comcast 25 and 1085 or Verizon Fios 39 and 40. So I think we are ready now. Madam Clerk, could you call, please, the first 2 speakers on our the consent items that have been pulled? Thank you.
Our first speaker is Christy Sayward, followed by Daniel Weir.
Okay, great. Ms. Seward.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can, yes.
Okay, great. Again, my name is Christy Sawert. I am the president of the Arlington Heights Civic Association. This is my 3rd year as the president of that civic association. I'm happy to answer any questions you have about our neighborhood, but tonight I'm here speaking about the parking lot in front of the Fleet and TJ schools. And I'm just here to reiterate what we told the county when we were first given APS's use permit amendment, which was our community wants that parking lot reopened for Fleet teachers, TJ teachers, and other people. Now, I understand at the time that Fleet's use permit was approved that things were different. At that time, we didn't know that the school system would end up having to have a lottery in order for teachers to have a place to park. And we also didn't know that this fact was going to prevent our kids from getting the substitute teachers that they need, making teachers happy, having a place to park. So we know that the TDM at Fleet has not been successful. And so it's frustrating from a community standpoint that we have this perfectly good community resource and it's just sitting there when it would be basically a zero-cost solution to so many of our problems. Teachers could use it, substitutes could use it. As you know, we desperately need handicap parking spaces at Fleet, not only for students, but also for our senior citizens who take rec classes at TJ. And I've got a lot of complaints on that one. So I just want to make the point that this community supports reopening that parking lot. We would like for you to not delay any further. You know, the problem is post-COVID, I understand that people wanted a parking study, but there's just no money to do it. Post-COVID, I'm sure there's no money to do it. There's no money I'm sure there's no money for the landscaping. It's just, we would rather have this community resource open now than to wait for things that honestly may never come. If they do come many years from now, I'm sure they're well far down the priority list. And I'll just say one more thing. I understand at the time that, you know, this use permit was considered, that there was a question about, you know, how is that corner going to look? Does it look beautiful enough? And I think all of us know it doesn't, especially during this time, it doesn't matter how beautiful your home is. It matters if the people inside are happy. And this parking lot would solve a lot of problems. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Sowert. Appreciate you coming to speak. Our next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Daniel Weir, followed by Richard Normington.
Mr. Weir.
Hi. My name is Daniel Weir. For the record, I am a member of the Planning Commission, but I'm speaking here in my individual capacity. I was a member of the Thomas Jefferson Working Group that reviewed this site as for the feasibility of placing an elementary school here when that project was happening in 2014. It was, I'll just say on a personal note, it was my first experience working in a project of that type. It was also my first experience working with the irreplaceable Carrie Johnson, and I learned a lot watching her negotiate and identify where there were areas of consensus in that project. And a lot of areas of consensus in that project had to do with, in one fashion or another, that parking lot. You know, there was a lot of discussion about parking in that project and the feasibility of it, and the consensus was that it was about one of the most important, if not the most important, issues to deal with. There were a lot of discussions about what it could be used for, things like middle school expansion or for green space, for middle school pickup and drop off, for recreational use, a plaza. The one thing I think just about everybody agreed was that it would be inappropriate for that parking lot to be used as a parking lot for staff and faculty at the school. You know, there were members of the middle school of the working group from Arlington Heights who were on record as saying that it was absolutely critical, and I believe that that's the exact quotation, absolutely critical, that parking lot not be a parking lot for the school and that it be returned to green space, because that idea of expanding green space along that side of the site, that was the consensus position that allowed for the idea of a school there, of a school on the TJ site to work at all. The idea was this only works if you create new green space and you structure the parking. And where parking is preserved, it's for uses like the broader park itself, or you eventually move it over to green use. You know, one of the things that Carrie said at the initial hearing was that if you preserve this as a parking spot, it's parking use. It's going to be the parking use of first resort. It's going to be the first place where people park, and you'll never get rid of it. It will always and forever remain at that intersection a parking space. You know, I understand that a lot has changed, but I do think it's important that that you be reminded of some of the areas of consensus surrounding how that space is used as the working group prepared and delivered its final report to you in thinking. conceptual feasibility of the school that was built and what some of the conditions were. And I'll stick around in case there are any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Weir. Thank you. Our next speaker?
Our next speaker is Richard Normington, followed by Maureen Critchley.
Good evening. My name is Richard Normington. My children, Beckett and Kate, are both students at Alice Westfleet Elementary. They'll be going on to Thomas Jefferson. We regularly walk together to school. We know the area well that's being discussed, and we strongly support making the parking area available to teachers and staff. We need to make it easier for people to come to the school and to attract teachers and staff to work here. The board, I think, has been spared some of the comedy of errors from the transition to the new school, and I hope that you look on this as just one of those final pieces that needs to be put in place to take into account the reality of what has happened, and I hope the board will let it happen and use it as a car park. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Normington.
Our next speaker is Maureen Critchley, followed by Susan Cunningham.
Ms. Jacobs? Ms. Jacobs?
Yes.
I know Ms.
Yes.
Cunningham is trying to find out what the number is she should call. Could you give the number real quickly for her?
Okay, Ms. Cunningham can reach out to.
I'm so sorry.
It's okay. Let me locate that and
yep, that's fine.
Reach
All
out
right.
to her. Okay.
That's fine. Thank you so much.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Ms. Critchley.
Hold on one moment. Okay, Ms. Critchley, are you there?
I am.
Okay. And you can begin speaking now.
Good evening. I'm Maureen Critchley, and I'm talking with you this evening because I live directly across the street from the new Fleet School on South Old Glebe, and I'm concerned about the best usage of the parking lot at the corner of South 2nd and South Old Glebe Road adjacent to the Fleet and TJ schools. As you'll recall, I served on the PFRC for the Fleet School that had been up and running since September until the pandemic forced closure. If it isn't one thing, it's another as far as APS topics are concerned. Due to the cutback on the number of parking spaces in the new school's underground parking garage, a number of devoted teachers and staff find it necessary to fend for themselves and find street parking when school is in session. Living directly across the street from the new Fleet School, whether I'm at home or walking to my exercise classes at TJ, I see teachers and staff who in many cases walk several blocks to Fleet after finding street parking. I'm sympathetic when I see them burdened down and lugging briefcases in one hand, tote bags in another, en route to Fleet. I understand APS has asked the county to reopen the subject parking lot, which is currently blocked off because of a pending use permit amendment. Now is the time for all of you to show your support for Fleet and TJ teachers and staff who are in need of parking spaces as close to their schools as possible. And Mrs. Garvey, I understand you will be on the November ballot for re-election to the county board. Don't you think that approval of this use permit amendment now will demonstrate your support for Arlington?
Thank you, Ms. Critchley. Did we lose her?
Only at the corner of the lot will be proof. Have a good evening.
Thank you. And our next speaker.
Our next speaker, Madam Chair, we're going to move on to Krista All while we attempt to contact Ms. Cunningham.
Okay. Thank you. Yep. Mr. All.
Hello.
Hi, Krista. Mr. All, nice to hear you.
Good evening, everyone from Crystal City. You might wonder why I take up your time today, as you did revise your ordinance proposal under agenda item 24 after it was published, but that bell cannot be unrung. But first, I want to express my appreciation for your efforts in dealing with the pandemic, efforts often disputed for ideological reasons or a resentment of being told what to do, or precisely by not having a say. I also laud your awareness that a financial nightmare makes it vital to support revenue-generating development projects. But we were frankly baffled that you then invited a further battle by removing the main vehicle for residents and other stakeholders to have a genuine say in the project reviews. A few areas bear the brunt of new projects and density for the benefit of the entire county, now also with the fear that CIP resources will be strangled. On the chance that my own immersion might make me too sensitive, I quickly sought a broad range of reactions. I must tell you I would really need to sanitize that input if it were to go beyond the following short summary. The first strong objection involved quietly sneaking in a provision in a low visibility text under the consent agenda without forewarning, let alone consultation. People realize you must look for marginal activities and processes to cut, but saw it as a terrible judgment to lump SPRC processes in with items like loading dock regulations and late fees. It suggests it's not realized how SPRC processes genuinely lead to improved projects and increased buy-in. Even more sinister was the notion that despite all your emphasis on public engagement, the county might not really care that much about public input, instead moving towards a less democratic approach. Folks were also worried about the possible explanation that at a time when most organizations quickly and efficiently moved to virtual operations, the county might not have the staff and resources to adapt. So, in the spirit of collaboration, I now urge you to go beyond the removal of the inappropriate ordinance clause and explicitly offer 3 commitments. First, for the sake of communities affected by large number of site plan proposals, you really must arrange a shift to a sufficient and effective virtual process. Second, public pre-SPRC access to project information and initial staff assessments needs expansion. Third and finally, as you more than ever need strong support from your key advisory bodies, the resources for the effective operations of the vital Planning Commission must really be protected. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. All.
Okay, I believe we have Ms. Cunningham ready to speak.
Okay, Ms. Cunningham.
And James, followed by James Latomi.
Thank you. This is Susan Cunningham. Are you able to hear?
Yes, we can hear you. Welcome.
Okay, terrific. Thank you. I'm grateful for the board and staff efforts to support residents during this incredible COVID-19 crisis, from the hotline to redeploying staff for emergency food distribution and contact tracing. Thank you for all of your tireless efforts. As a veteran of JFAC and other community committees, I've come to you before when we have short-circuited our community engagement and then had to extend timelines, budgets, and tempers to correct course. We can do better, and particularly during this time of tight resources and high stakes, we must do better. Today, I want to share my deep concern about maintaining community engagement and transparency during this public health crisis. You must be vigilant. There is no good excuse for reverting to closed-door deals or reducing public trust when we need it most. Other communities are not short-circuiting public engagement, and Arlington should not. Open doors are fundamental to democracy. Arlington must reconfirm our commitment to transparent and inclusive governance, even when the doors must be virtual. Arlington commissions and committees should hold open virtual meetings during COVID-19. In fact, I hope we will learn more about varied engagement methods that will reach more residents and create more equitable access even after the crisis has passed. If I were to serve on the county board, sweeping emergency powers that block public engagement is the last thing I would want to consider or promote. Please take seriously your critical role to lead the county through the crisis, providing the public the best information in a transparent, timely, and responsive way. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cunningham.
Our next speaker is James Latelme, followed by Michael Dowell.
Good evening. Good evening, Board Chair Garvey and members of the board. I'm Jim Lantelme, Vice Chair of the Planning Commission. First, I want to thank you for your performance in the otherwise thankless task of balancing the health and safety needs and economic needs of all members of Arlington's broad communities during this crisis. I'm speaking on matter 24 here. Your consideration of the proposed ordinance before you is part of that balancing task. As it is now written, I support it because the modifications you've directed demonstrate your recognition of the importance of maintaining the Arlington way, even and especially during a time of unprecedented stress. The Planning Commission Chair and I have contacted the other members of the Commission and they are in accord. Stakeholders to proposed projects include developers, property owners, neighboring communities and businesses, our many commissions, and Arlington residents in general. Their representatives' ability to come together in a formal process to discuss a project allows everyone to be heard, to make suggestions, and to address concerns and misapprehensions. This often allows for consensus to develop and ultimately makes for a better project, saving time and trouble in the long run. As one of my planning professors said concerning large projects, often you have to go slow to go fast. The emergency ordinance will allow this important function to continue. We of the Planning Commission stand ready to continue our work with you and all stakeholders to figure the best ways to move ahead with Arlington's recovery from the effects of this disaster, and to give you our recommendations on projects consistent with our responsibilities under the comprehensive plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lantelme.
Our next speaker is Michael Dowell, followed by Audrey Clement.
Yes, Chair Garvey and members of the County Board, I'm Mike Dowell, Aurora Highlands. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today on item 24. On behalf of our 22202 community and the Arlington Ridge, Aurora Highlands, and Crystal City Civic Associations, I'd like to commend the board for removing paragraph 4D, which had proviso authorizing the county manager to suspend the LRPC and SPRC meetings and instead seek comment through electronic reviews without convening live online meetings. These meetings, whether in person or online, are a vital part of the planning process, especially now with the wave of development in the planning pipeline that will fundamentally transform our neighborhoods. As you consider how best to sustain the intent of these meetings during this challenging period, I'd like to reiterate the values that the community seeks in the process: transparency, collaboration, and trust. First, the need for transparency. Nothing disrupts the planning process more than a revelation that decisions have been made without community input. Decisions made behind closed doors are often impoverished by the lack of the community input, and the sour taste can linger, impacting other discussions. To build a highly livable community, one where people want to live, not just trudge to work, we need an open, transparent process where all stakeholders are equally well informed and decisions are grounded in shared understanding. The LRPC and SPRC meetings serve a critical role in this disclosure process, for this is the only venue where the community, commission members, county staff, and developers come together for discussion. Second, to collaboration, the 22202 community developed a livability framework in 2019 with the objective of increasing collaboration among the neighborhoods and working with other stakeholders to establish shared community vision. In the years since, the community has spent thousands of hours developing the action plan and conducting workshops on housing affordability and open space. What you might not be aware of is the high level of collaboration that's been established not only across the community, but with commission members, key county staff, and developers. Over the last few months, we've transitioned this collaboration to online meetings, innovating as we go. It works and will work for LRPC and SPRC. Indeed, the community thinks the county proposal for an electronic reading and review period of site plan documents, while not a substitute for live online meetings, may complement these live meetings quite well. Last, the importance of trust. Our county planning processes enable certainty, which is no small thing in these uncertain times. For a moment last week, it appeared the public-facing components of our planning processes would be unilaterally changed without the input of the public themselves. We consider the LRPC and SPRC public meetings critical to sustaining the trust needed to build a truly great community. We request that county staff continue to reach out to the community and commission members regarding how to ensure that live online meetings are part of the planning process, and that we follow up with you, the county board, to confirm that we've collectively gotten to a satisfactory outcome that preserves the intent of the public process in the Arlington way. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Dell.
Our next speaker is Audrey Clement, followed by John Bystad.
Welcome, members of the board and the county manager. I'm Audrey Clement, the independent candidate for county board. At first, I am speaking on consent item number 24. At first blush, the ordinance to suspend public meetings and code enforcement during the COVID crisis seems eminently reasonable. Obviously, county board and other boards and commissions can't meet in public during a pandemic without jeopardizing the participants. The ordinance authorizes virtual meetings instead, and that's good. Also good is the removal of a provision that would have suspended long-range planning committee and site plan review committee meetings, evidently at the urging of the Urban Forestry Commission, which protested the provision in an angry letter to the board on May 15th. I am also happy that the county plans to waive late fees and interest on delayed payments for county services. But another provision calling for across-the-board suspension of code enforcement is troubling. I appreciate that enforcement of existing regulations against restaurants or their patrons for parking violations makes no sense when restaurants have been forced to switch to grab and go to preserve their businesses. But I do not understand why enforcement of land use permits has been suspended or what hardship such enforcement would impose either on developers or county staff. The county manager has advised that no county staff have been laid off as a result of the pandemic. Some of them are now engaged in relief efforts, but what about the rest who are not actually working right now? Are they not available to do this kind of work? Finally, I object to the extension of this ordinance until 6 months after the end of the COVID-19 disaster. Not only does the extension constitute overreach, it makes no sense. The COVID disaster will not end until the risk to public health and safety prompts the lifting of a state of emergency. With the emergency gone, on what legal basis does the county propose to suspend normal democratic processes for another 6 months? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Clement.
Our next speaker is John Bystad, followed by Jane Siegel.
Hi there, Madam Chair, members of the board. I'm John Bystad, and I'm here to share a few suggestions on your efforts to ensure continuity of government during the pandemic. In my view, the board and the manager continue to demonstrate creative leadership in so many areas under trying circumstances. On the budget, the capital improvement plan, speeding resources to those who need the most, small business support, and of course, public health. These successes make the board's blunder with respect to the now vanished section 4.d of the draft ordinance all the more egregious and disappointing. From a substantive perspective, I align myself with the organizations and individuals who wrote clearly and compellingly that COVID-19 should be no excuse to cut back on safe civic engagement as the community faces consequential choices on site plan applications that will determine our collective future for decades to come. At a time when equity is foremost in our minds, now is the time to harness technology to enhance community conversations, not curtail them as a nuisance. But apart from substance, as a former county board member, I'm especially troubled by the process of how we got here tonight. First, the ordinance should never have been put on the consent agenda in the first place, shielded from explanation, debate, and public comment. Most, if not all of it, seems quite reasonable, even advisable. But why not be transparent and forthcoming about it through a regular hearing? Now that the board is back to 100% control by one political party, you have an obligation to be especially sensitive to what goes on the consent agenda. Second, it is standard operating procedure for all public comment letters with respect to a particular hearing item to be posted so that the community knows what the issues are. Yet, as recently as 6 o'clock tonight, the letters are not up there. Why aren't the letters from Arlingtonians for Our Sustainable Future, the Urban Forestry Commission, and the 36 community leaders now on the website? They're public documents after all. Third, it's been hard to keep track of the text of the ordinance itself. For a long time, the ordinance with the controversial section 4.d text was posted as originally drafted. Then the text was airbrushed out, only to be reinstated a day or two later. Now the text has vanished again, hopefully permanently. Believe me, we're all grateful for that. But when an official document is posted in multiple iterations over a matter of days with no accompanying explanation or changes tracked from prior versions, this sows confusion, cynicism, and mistrust. Please take these observations to heart. Be judicious with the consent agenda, post public comment letters as the public documents they are, show track changes on official documents when posting new versions. We can do better than this.
Thank you, Mr. Weisstadt.
Our next and final speaker is Jane Siegel. Excuse me one moment, Madam Chair. I think Ms. Siegel may be trying to reach me.
Okay.
Madam Chair, I do have Ms. Siegel on the line.
Thank you. Ms. Siegel.
Ms. Siegel?
Yes, hello. Hi, Libby.
Yep.
Do you want me to speak on the phone? I'm not sure that I'm being.
You can be heard. This is just fine. Go right ahead. This is fine.
Are you ready for me?
We are. Please go ahead. We're good.
Okay. Good evening, Chair Garvey, members of the board. For the record, my name is Jane Siegel, and I'm a planning commissioner. I'm sure I don't have to convince you of the value that your commissions bring to achieving balanced, equitable, and effective land use policies and the great development projects and excellent public spaces that are thereby created. To do this is not simply a technical exercise, but rather involves meaningful conversations among citizens, staff, and developers, working together, analyzing issues, hearing objections, and finding widely supported solutions, which then become the basis for Planning Commission advice to this board. The Planning Commission worked very hard a few years back to produce the Citizens Guide to the Site Plan Review Committee to help everyone, citizens, staff, and board members, better understand how Arlington manages citizen reviews. But now the question is, how do we manage these important SPRC conversations in the online world so that we can continue to deliver on the values, promises, and processes set forth in the guide? Certainly, we face many challenges. There are new constraints on our usual way of doing things. That means we must reconsider and rethink community-county interactions so that they can successfully take place in the virtual world. I know we are already experimenting and I think successfully making this transition in some of our professional work and in our personal lives. But we don't have all the answers yet. We are in a productive problem-solving mode. I remember your New Year's addresses to the Arlington community. You urged us to experiment, to pilot, and to try new ways of doing things. Here is an opportunity for us to respond to this imperative. But we do need some time to get this right. I know our PC chair and vice chair have already had some productive discussions with planning staff as to how we might proceed. Many questions remain to be answered. Can we take advantage of the stay-at-home constraints to have hour-long meetings at the lunch hour? Can we reduce the number of SPRCs for each development project? Does every development project need at least one SPRC review? Members of the Planning Commission would like to have a public discussion about these issues and make recommendations. We don't have all the answers yet, but I am confident that we can soon develop new protocols that will support SPRC reviews while respecting budget and time constraints. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Seaver. Is that our last speaker, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Madam Chair, that is our last speaker.
All right, thank you. I think we're ready for you to call the first item then.
Our first item is agenda item 16, U3480-17-1 use permit amendment to amend condition number 37 to allow parking on the parking lot on the southwest corner of the site at Alice West Fleet Elementary School, located at 125 South Old Glebe Road.
All right, Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For item 16, making the presentation will be Kevin Lamb, assisted by Rob Gibson, and over to Mr. Lamb.
All right, Mr. Lamb.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Chair and members of the board. This is Kevin Lamb with the Arlington County Planning Division. I'm just gonna share my screen right now. Can you see the presentation?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
All right. So this is a use permit amendment to allow parking at the corner parking lot at Fleet Elementary, located at 125 South Old Glebe Road. As part of the original use permit, the existing 23-space corner parking lot was closed once the school opened in September 2019. Due to a shortage of dedicated parking for teachers and visitors, Arlington Public Schools is requesting to reopen the parking lot to reduce the demand on the limited available street parking. Per the Arlington County zoning ordinance, the parking requirement for the site is 292 spaces. Staff initially recommended a parking modification for 250 spaces, which included the 23 parking spaces in the corner parking lot. Ultimately, the site was approved for 227 spaces for Fleet Elementary and Jefferson Middle School, which does not include the 23 spaces in the corner parking lot. So looking at the entire Thomas Jefferson site, there are a number of other uses, including the community theater, community center, athletic fields, and sports courts, all of which require their own share of parking. Of the approved 227 spaces for the two schools, 214 are located in the underground parking garage, and 13 are located in various surface lots, as shown in green. Separately, the Department of Parks and Recreation have two lots along 2nd Street South in blue that serve the community center, athletic fields, and sports courts with 61 and 62 spaces respectively. So as they exist today, there are a total of 350 available parking spaces for all of the uses on the Jefferson site. Now, this does not include the 23 space corner lot, which is currently closed to parking. At the county board meeting in April 2017, several members of the community expressed their concerns with keeping the corner parking lot open, given the site's prominent location. As approved per condition number 37, the use permit ultimately provided for 227 parking spaces and does not allow parking on the 23 space lot once the school opened. The condition further provides the option to either remove the corner parking lot and landscape the area, or reopen the lot for parking based on the results of a parking utilization study, which is to be conducted in September 2021. Additionally, the condition requires that in the interim, the county and APS coordinate on an amount and source of funding for modest landscaping or plaza improvements, while protecting mature trees on the lot. While an amount and source of funding has not yet been identified, APS has closed the corner lot to parking uses since the school opened in September and protected the mature trees surrounding the lot during construction. Prior to conducting a parking utilization study scheduled for next year, APS does believe reopening the corner lot now will help address the shortage of dedicated parking for staff and visitors and reduce the demand on the limited available street parking. As a result, the request is to amend condition number 37 to provide for 250 parking spaces on site and reopen the corner lot to parking. Due to current school closures related to COVID-19, there is uncertainty regarding the future parking needs once Fleet Elementary and Jefferson Middle School do reopen. Therefore, the county manager is recommending deferral indefinitely. Thank you, and that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Lam. And I believe we have the applicant here.
Yes, John Chadwick is here.
All right, Mr. Chadwick.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak on this important item. As your staff has pointed out, we preceded the members of the Building Level Planning Committee, the Public Facilities Review Committee, APS staff and county staff on the assumption that these 23 spaces would be available to staff during the day and to others not at other times. Our teachers are the glue of the school division. The schools don't function without teachers. And I have been informed by both principals of Jefferson and Fleet that they spend the first 20 minutes of every staff meeting discussing the lack of parking and the problems that teachers have in finding parking, and as one of our speakers pointed out, carrying a lot of stuff to school, particularly to the elementary school. It isn't just our teachers, this has also been pointed out. It's itinerant teachers and it's substitute teachers. They are always needed, and they were always coming to our schools. And we actually find it hard to attract substitutes to schools where parking is a challenge. They're not there for very long. They don't want to be spending time looking for parking. Our teachers are very anxious about the current situation. They don't know when they're going to return to school. We all hope they will return in September. They've been very anxious about distance learning and having to learn new ways to connect with students. They're very anxious about coming back to school and being in an environment where they may be exposed to the virus. I think that they're going to be less likely to carpool, and we have some carpool spaces in that garage, and they are being used because they may not want to be in a car with someone who is not in their family. And so I am very anxious not to defer this decision, and certainly not to defer it until after school starts, because I do not want in any way to add to the anxiety that our teachers are suffering from, and which in the end our students suffer from, by not providing these parking spaces and not demonstrating to them that APS really does care about them by forcing them to often walk past an empty parking lot. So I do want to say that we always emphasize to bus drivers that we want them to greet the kids, to make them feel good on the way to school, so that when they start their school day, they feel fresh and ready to work. We expect the same of our teachers, and we are adding to their stress by having an empty parking lot in the corner, standing there looking at them as they walk by. I do think, and this is just me speaking, but I completely agree that eventually that should be a wonderful space on the corner, and the pathway that goes, or the trail that goes all the way up to the theater should be visible, and you should be able to see that from the corner. We're not there yet. One day we will be there yet. I think APS would be comfortable with this being a condition that's lifted for maybe 5 years and then revisited. But right now, we really do need those spaces, and I appeal to you to not defer and approve this amendment to the use permit for Fleet. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chadwick. Madam Clerk, do we have any commissioners to speak?
Madam Chair, no, we do not.
do not. Okay, that was my understanding. Thank you. All right, colleagues, the discussion is now with the board. Shall we have a little discussion and then take a motion, or would you like to make a motion first?
I'm prepared with a motion, Madam Chair, but I don't know that that precludes discussion or more
No, it
allows
doesn't
discussion.
include
So
discussion in the least. Sometimes there are different approaches. If you want to go ahead and make the motion, we'll have discussion. That's fine. Thank you.
I'd
Go
be
ahead,
happy
Ms.
to do
Crystal.
that. Colleagues, I'm going to move the manager's recommendation with regard to item number 16 that we defer indefinitely the use permit to allow parking on the parking lot on the southwest corner of the site at Fleet Elementary.
Your second? Mr. Dorsey, Mr. DeFranti, don't all speak at once.
I'll second it to get the discussion going.
That sounds fine. Thank you, Mr. Dorsey. All right. Ms. Crystal, would you like to speak to your motion?
I would. I'd like to actually ask a question first, if I may, and then I'll give my remarks and pipe down. So the question of the parking utilization study, this is perhaps a question for Mr. Lamb or Mr. Chadwick, if you'd like to answer. That is not a nice to have, right? That is a requirement of the use permit to happen 2 years, so next year, into the site being operational. Is that correct?
Correct. It's going to happen September 2021, regardless of what happens here.
And so if APS did not want to pursue that, we would need to come back and consider an amendment to this site, to this use permit anyway, correct?
Yeah, it's conditioned to include the parking utilization study.
Okay, thank you. I think that's important to surface. That the question is this condition that was added by the board in 2017 that we're being asked to remove did not deny the ability to use this site, this part of the site for parking in perpetuity. It just held off until we had the results of that utilization study. I will say my piece here, which is that I very much respect Mr. Chadwick's point of view and the impassioned citing of teachers' anxiety in particular. I also think the way that we build school sites, the way that we use green space or don't, the way that we welcome students and teachers to approach the site on foot or don't, and the way that we balance green space with the space that we dedicate for cars or don't has a lot to do with the anxiety and mental health of the people, children, families, and teachers in our school buildings as well. That was at the core of the Thomas Jefferson Working Group. It was at the core of the conversations of the BLPC and the PFRC. The decision to use this site, or this part of the site as parking, was surfaced obviously late in that process, understandably, as a result of some very high cost estimates associated with the meeting the full need of parking through the garage. But nevertheless, it arrived at the last minute in a way that I think was not at all consistent with the idea of a site that would provide green space, access to nature, and a significant entryway for a major investment into these two schools, and in fact, into the broader Thomas Jefferson campus. For my part, I would like to defer this because I think the spirit of that original amendment was to reevaluate this in light of where the data might lead us about the needs. That's consistent with an approach that we take to all kinds of land use issues and issues more generally. And if we find that these data are indeed in tension with the design aspirations for this site, then so be it. And I think that was the intent of the motion, or excuse me, of the condition when it was made. But in the meantime, we don't have that data. And in fact, to the extent that this site, or this portion of this site, is unattractive or feels like an empty parking lot, it's because the other provisions of that condition to make this an interim landscape space weren't met. I understand that there are a lot of competing needs for those resources, and it wasn't done. But to use that lack of improvement now as a reason to jettison the original condition, I think is dispiriting. I will end there. Appreciate those who have come out to communicate support and opposition to this amendment and Mr. Chadwick's time. And I will yield the floor to my colleagues.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Crystal. Mr. Dorsey?
Thank you, Madam Chair. A few questions perhaps for Mr. Chadwick. One, the current 214 spaces in structured, those are all made available for faculty members of both schools, is that correct?
Yes.
And so after their utilization of all of those 214, what is the actual deficit in terms of spaces for faculty who would like to park on site?
I do not have an exact number, but there's considerably more faculty and staff. It's not just teachers and
Sure,
staff
sorry.
working at those two schools.
Okay.
And
yeah. Go ahead.
And there is a lottery. They rotate it, so people get the opportunity, I think, every quarter to park in the garage, and then the next quarter they park somewhere else.
So do we have any data on how many people participate in that parking space lottery?
There are more people than the number of spaces in the parking garage divided by the two schools. Because they don't start at the same time, Jefferson starts before Fleet. There are a certain number of spaces allocated to Jefferson, and then there are some spaces allocated to Fleet.
I guess what I'm getting at is if these 23 spaces were available, what would be the continuing, or would there be a continuing deficit in seats available for teachers and staff?
We have not done the study, as Ms. Crystal pointed out, so we don't have exact data. I believe that there are far more than 23 teachers who are not parking in the parking garage who need spaces to get to the school. There are also, within the garage, we need to assign spaces for itinerant teachers and substitute teachers because they do not have the time in their day to run around looking for parking spaces. And certainly with the substitutes, we found in many locations, it really detracts them from going to a school because they have to search for parking. And it's not like they're accustomed to, public transit because they're in different places from day to day.
So in the event that we were going to proceed with considering this amendment, how would you envision managing these 23 spaces? What would be the way the APS would go ahead and manage the allocation of those to address the issue that Ms. Crystal raised earlier, or Mr. Weir raised, excuse me, in his comments from the 2017 conversation about this being the parking area of first resort?
The spaces will be numbered, restriped, and they will be added to the lottery.
Okay. That's all my questions for now. I'll defer to others before hopefully having the chance to make some comments at the end.
Yes, no, that's fine. Mr. DeFranti.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I guess for the next months, doesn't seem like a ripe. I guess maybe this is a little bit for Mr. Chadwick, but for our staff perhaps. But this conflict is unlikely to be with teachers needing spaces. Really, it would be August before the scenarios that were described with respect to staff having to do lotteries to figure this out. When would the timing be that this would actually, the conflict might reoccur at the levels that you've described? I guess that's for you, Mr. Chadwick.
Teachers are scheduled to return to school for their in-service week on August 24th.
Got it. Okay.
The principals handle the lottery. I am not really sure whether they do that before they return or probably immediately as they're returning in August.
Got it. Okay. I certainly think that their process concerns have been raised that seem fair. I also, the conditions as they've changed and as they exist now are very compelling to me. So I would be interested in colleagues' comments. Certainly for my part, deferring indefinitely is not as attractive as deferring with a set period of time when we could reconsider. That is not the motion before us, but that's a comment that I wanted to share.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. DeFranti. Mr. Lamb, I just want to make sure that I'm understanding things properly. So at the moment, what this particular area, parking lot, whatever, is not being used for really anything. Is that correct?
Correct. It's been closed off to cars most recently, for what I've heard. So it's been closed.
Okay. And then if we approve this motion, what would happen to that space?
So approve the motion to reopen? Is that what you're getting at?
No, if we deferred indefinitely, the motion on the floor is to
okay.
defer indefinitely. So if we did that and approved it, what would happen to this space?
So nothing would really change. It would still be closed.
And maybe this is for our manager. I see you shaking your head, Mr. Schwartz. Are we turning it into a park? We're going to do some landscaping.
Well,
what's your thought?
Certainly, I mean, as Ms. Crystal highlighted, and as was included in the condition, Arlington Public Schools and Arlington County are supposed to jointly plan what will happen by landscaping. My recommendation would be that we spend a minimal amount of money for $20,000 to $30,000. We could bring in some benches and also some greenery that could be moved. So I wouldn't want to do anything that would be permanent, but at the same time, I do think that the direction to me in the adoption in 2017 was to work with schools to create some greenery. So that's what we would do, but I don't want people to think that we're going to be investing a lot of money to do that.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. Well, I'll turn it back and pass it on for questions. To me, I am listening to Mr. Chadwick, thinking about the space there, and I think this is an anxious time. I like the idea of doing a study, and while we're doing the study, I am comfortable allowing teachers to park there. It sounds like that would help the school communities. It sounds like it would help the neighbors, and I don't know that we'll be doing a lot of planning anytime soon. I would not be comfortable making that forever, but I would like to allow the use permit for parking for 5 years and then revisit it. But that's where I am. I may be the only one, but I'll just put that out there. So who would like to go next? More questions, thoughts? Mr. Dorsey.
Thank you. So in considering all of these perspectives, I think for me, the basic data to know whether or not this would actually solve the APS problem or merely provide some relief to me is important. That we don't know that convinces me that this is pretty much a premature ask, given that the world in which schools are going to operate is unknown as of September, and whether or not the problems of the past are going to recur at that time gives me comfort that this is really not an urgent thing. But at the same time, speaking to where you are, Madam Chair, I am not so convinced that the case has been made either way as to what the permanent disposition of this area ought to be. The appreciating that the ultimate parking demand is still somewhat unsettled, but we know that there are a lot of intensity of uses on this site, and parking can be a challenge during the routine course of business and the operation of activities around there. I think we ought not be beholden to one particular outcome or the other. I mean, the conversations that were held in 2017 were conceptual, and now we have some real world analysis to look at. And as soon as that occurs, I think we should be ready to act very quickly to determine what happens at this little corner permanently. So I am comfortable supporting Ms. Crystal's motion for the indefinite deferral with no prejudgment as to how long indefinite actually is.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. DeFranti, any more questions?
So I guess I want to pick up right where you were, Mr. Dorsey. I'm comfortable with deferral. Indefinitely, to me, I hope doesn't mean, I would hope it could be time bound to some number of months. And I don't know, Mr. Schwartz, Mr. Manager, if you have thought about it, I would be really interested in, if we got some additional data, I could see in July hoping this comes back. That's sudden for Ms. Crystal, but it reflects where I am. So indefinitely is fine, but go for it.
Yeah, let me just speak to that. So the reason why the recommendation was changed to indefinite wasn't because I want to put this off forever. I just couldn't come up in my mind, given the reason why actually could be much later than that. So, the county attorney can speak to if there's any confusion by putting a specific date and not meeting it, whether we have to re-advertise, but I think this gives you the most flexibility. And I just wanted to speak to the intent behind the language, but clearly it's the board's prerogative to do otherwise.
Madam Chair, could I interrupt before it goes to the attorney? I just wanted to say the condition is that this use would not be for parking until the parking study is complete. So when we have that data, this condition, I think, is fulfilled. So I don't actually believe it would need to come back to the board. I think Mr. Lamb might be able to speak to this more definitively, but the condition is written is until we have that parking study. This should be the condition of it, not by a date certain.
Correct. As written in the condition, it says following a parking utilization study, after which the parking lot could be converted to landscaping or reopened following the study, as written in the condition.
Yeah, but it'd have to come back. I think Mr. Schwartz,
Well,
come back to decide, right?
My understanding is that the board in 2017 invested me with enormous power to make the decision on my own. I will tell you right now that I would not do that. I would bring it back to you for consideration. So
that's
I think
why
Ms. Crystal has correctly stated how the condition is written, though.
Okay, yeah, thank you.
Because we trusted you so profoundly then as now.
Yeah, and the parking study is likely to be done when?
So it's conditioned 2 years after the school opens, which means at the earliest, September 2021.
Yeah, so we've got a whole year. All right, thank you. All right, I'm still where I am. I think it's pretty clear that we don't quite know. That's why we're going to do the study. But what we do know is that we're hearing a lot of anxiety, a lot of upset from the teachers, the community that lives there. And so I'm still where I am, but I may be the only vote against this, but that's where I am. Anything else for the discussion, guys?
Well, I guess I'll have to say for my part that the study and then waiting till 2021 that's not where I am. I'm more aligned to, clarifying, doing a little, there's study and then there's analysis of what the circumstances have been. So, I'm happy to support indefinitely if it means that should some analysis show that we can verify this is in fact a challenge, then I'd like to see it back in 2 months. That's where I am. So,
Madam Chair?
Yes, Mr. Dorsey.
So maybe Mr. McIsaac needs to weigh in here. What would be any limitations on the board's ability to bring back this item on its own motion at any point before September 2021?
Madam Chair, at this point, the deferral is going to require re-advertisement. So if the board wants to bring it back at any particular point in time, I think that direction would be given to the manager and we re-advertise it and bring it to you. So you could do that really anytime.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. So there would be a 2 month, we'd have to advertise it and then we'd have another month. So it's 2 months. Is that right?
I mean, you'd have to advertise it once a week for 2 weeks and it would be back on your agenda. So as long as you could do it, yeah.
Thank you. Okay. Any more discussion, colleagues? All right. Are we ready to vote? All right. Mr. DeFranti.
On the motion, aye.
Okay. Mr. Dorsey.
Aye.
Ms. Crystal.
Aye.
Ms. Garvey. No. All right. Motion passes 3-1. Thank you very much, colleagues. I think we're ready for our next item.
Item 24, permanent continuity of government ordinance.
All right. Mr. McIsaac, I think this is with you. Is that correct?
Yes, Madam Chairman, that would be best. The background on this, this is a continuity of operations ordinance. The context for it is that these ordinances are one of the tools that the county board has in its possession to deal with disasters and other emergencies that arise from time to time. Normally, the circumstances under which an ordinance such as this is adopted is when there is a definite point in time episode which constitutes a disaster, and then these ordinances are used to take steps that are necessary to respond to it. The context in which this ordinance comes up now is a little bit unusual because we haven't had experience with these kinds of protracted emergencies, one in which the disaster itself is not even quite over yet. But aside from that, the point of the ordinance is really to facilitate the continued operations of the government. So when the disaster was declared by the governor on March 12th, the board began to examine ways in which it could meet electronically. That became the primary focus at the time, given the nature of the COVID-19 emergency. There was an obvious reluctance to have the board meet, have the public come out to meetings, and have the staff attend them as well. Based on an attorney general's opinion, it was clarified that we had the authority under these continuity of operations ordinances to essentially bypass the normal public meeting requirements under the Freedom of Information Act, and that would enable us to meet electronically. So on March 24th, the board adopted on an emergency basis a somewhat narrowly crafted continuity of operations ordinance, which really addressed electronic meetings for the county board, board-appointed boards and commissions, and the like. That ordinance, having been adopted on an emergency basis, is only good for 60 days, and it will expire at the end of this week unless the board puts in place I'm going to call it permanent ordinance, understanding that it is by no means intended to be permanent, nor is it able to be permanent. So the provisions that are in the ordinance, in the one before you, track the very same provisions that were in your March 24th emergency ordinance, and there are some additional provisions. Those additional provisions really are codifying things that are already being done, primarily through the manager in collaboration with the zoning administrator, to deal with food establishments, to enable them to provide the grab-and-go kind of services that they're currently providing. There was a need to suspend enforcement of zoning ordinance provisions and other use permit and site plan conditions, simply so these kinds of arrangements could be made available. In a similar vein, parking-related requirements were modified to create spaces for cars to, stop in front of these food establishments and pick up the food. In a similar vein, there's a lot of opportunities for federal and state grant relief, and this ordinance is proposed to enable the manager to be able to take advantage of those without having to wait for board meetings and come to the board and do it in a more protracted way. Importantly, the provisions in here say that whenever the manager exercises any of the authority that's being pushed down to him, he has to come to the board at the very next meeting and report to the board what steps have been taken. And that gives the board the opportunity to modify that action, end it, or continue it. Now, with respect to Section 4D, I will take responsibility for having crafted that. And I will say that at the time it was crafted, I was aware that CPHD was having conversations with the Planning Commission about a possible abbreviated SPRC process. I wasn't part of those conversations, but I was aware that those were occurring, and was aware of the detail that they had gone into about this. So that language was crafted in the event that there was consensus reached around doing such a thing. I think that consensus has not emerged, as of today, for sure, and that must have occurred sometime prior to now. There was never an intent to have that section be imposed upon the Planning Commission. It was more designed to see if there was a way to strike a balance between the need to have input in that planning process, but at the same time provide some relief to the IT folks who were trying to deal with the volume of board and commission meetings they were being asked to staff. So at any rate, that section 4D has been removed. It's not even up for consideration at this point by the board. I would say too that there is a possibility that as we progress through this period, there may be additional amendments to this ordinance that the board would want to consider. There are no such amendments being considered at this point. The last thing I will address is the term. And I will say that the term language is essentially a recitation of what the enabling authority in the Code of Virginia provides. The maximum period of time that these ordinances can endure is for 6 months after the end of the disaster. Right now, it is unknown how long these tools will be needed, particularly the electronic meeting authority. The proposal is to take full advantage of that 6-month period, and with the idea that in the event it is no longer needed, the board would simply repeal it. And that would likely occur sometime contemporaneous with the end of the local emergency declaration. So that's the sum and substance of it. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. There probably will be some. All right. Colleagues, I believe the conversation is with us now. Do we have any questions for our attorney or the manager or anyone else? Mr. DeFerranti.
So I'll thank you, Madam Chair, and for our attorney. The question is about that 6-month period and where it, if you look at page 6 and that sentence, it says, upon adoption and shall be in effect for 6 months from the end of the COVID-19 disaster, which that's just a general term. It's not specific to the governor's declaration of disaster or our declaration of disaster. It's just 6 months from when it becomes clear that this is over. Is that?
Well, my view on that would be that the term disaster is a term of art used in the emergency statutes, and the governor is the one who has declared the disaster. He's characterized this not simply as an emergency, but actually as a public health disaster. At some point, he will end that disaster. And I would say that clearly the clock will start ticking at that point. Some of the provisions that are in this ordinance will be needed or would be useful, let's say. I mean, we can always have the board take action every time, but for instance, the period of time after the disaster will in many respects consist of applying for grants and trying to obtain those grants in order to apply them to the recovery effort that would be underway. But I think that it's very, very unknown exactly what that will look like beginning when the governor ends the disaster.
Got it. And I have one more question along the same lines.
Right ahead. Sure.
Which is, if the emergency were to continue, the state statute essentially says that you could, from wherever the declaration of disaster or a declaration of emergency or the disaster is still in effect, under the state statute, you could do 6 months from that date, whenever that were to occur. Is that right? So it extends till August 23rd. You could do 6 months from then legally under the state statute.
Yes, that's exactly what it would say. I mean, again, I think there's always a judgment call to be made by the county board as to why they would need to continue to do that if there wasn't a need for it.
Okay, great. Thanks. I appreciate it. I mean, the questions sort of reflect some of my concerns about the timing, but I'll yield the floor to others.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Dorsey.
Thank you. So I didn't quite follow that previous question and answer. So August, what's the reference to August as the date from which the clock starts ticking?
It was just, I'm glad you asked. It was trying to clarify that, you know, that probably the state statute says you can continue these types of measures 6 months from whenever there is a disaster or an emergency. So if that continued for months, 1, 2, 3, 4 months, theoretically under the state statute, my understanding would be that you could, such an ordinance could vest at any point while there's still a disaster. Does that help? That's my understanding. I don't know if our attorney has.
Why don't we ask our attorney? If I could just ask for my own clarification, because it seems to me, Mr. McIsaac, that as you say, declaring is that a term of art. Actually, I think it's a legal term, isn't it? I mean, you have specific declarations, and there's not a disaster legally unless somebody declares it, right? And then it doesn't end until someone declares the end of it. Is like that someone being the governor? Is that correct?
Correct. I think yes. I would say in this instance, I'd say yes. That's how we're going to have to approach this, and the reason why is because, you know, unlike most disasters we think of, there isn't a finite, you know, or definable point in time when the disaster occurred and when it's over. I mean, most often you have a terrible flood, and then the flood is over, and we all know when it's over. And now we're in recovery. In the instance of this pandemic, it isn't clear exactly when it's going to be over, but I think the governor's ending his declaration would be a clear point in time. And perhaps I misunderstood Mr. DeFranti's question. I thought he was hypothesizing the August date as when the governor declares it over. I mean, my view is that you have 6 months from the point at which the disaster is over. The statute uses the phrase, you have 6 months after the disaster. And so I think the way people are interpreting it in this instance, I should say people, my colleagues, is that it's when the disaster is over, begins when the governor ends it. And then you have 6 months from that point.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Dorsey, I know you've got things going on at home. Are you okay?
No, I'm fine. I just wanted to continue with my thought. So I understand that the governor's emergency declaration of the state of emergency and disaster does actually have a calendar date at this point, and that is June 10th. Is that it? Is that correct?
Actually, it's interesting. He declares, yes, it is June 10th. Yes, I'm sorry. It is true. June 10th.
So, I mean, I just think, just as a comment here before we close this, you know, until we know otherwise, you know, we have to look at the world through the eyes of the emergency is declared over on June 10th. And what do we want to do in terms of our continuity of government ordinance based on that fact? Now, obviously, if he extends the state of emergency and therefore our calendar changes, the onus will then be on the board to adjust when it would terminate this ordinance accordingly. But to me, if the governor does go ahead and allow this to expire on June 10th, considering that we will have been just entering phase 1 and still operating with diminished staff and a different kind of government, to me, it seems reasonable that you would want the maximum flexibility so that you're not having to reauthorize this continuity of government thing multiple times in the ensuing months.
Right. And if I could, I ask, and then Ms. Crystal, I think you've been waiting very patiently. I apologize. Go ahead. I'll ask.
It's fine, Madam Chair. My question is actually a little bit different. So I think that it probably makes sense to continue to pursue this line of questioning because it is difficult to disentangle these two things. So let me yield for now, and then when we're
thank you.
Wrestle this to the ground, I'll ask another question.
I had a question again on the timing for Mr. McIsaac, and I'm sorry if it got covered. So if we adopt this and it's for 6 months, which it sounds like from June 10 possibly, so that takes us to December. At any point, the board could decide that we don't need to go the whole 6 months, we're done, right? But we could take it up and then vote to end it. Is that correct? Or do we have to wait, once we do this, we have to wait 6 months?
Oh, absolutely not. You can repeal it at any point in time.
Yeah. Okay. So we have this gives us maximum flexibility. We can appoint it, repeal it at any time, but it cannot go past December without getting renewed, depending on what happens.
And the concern was with posing the 6 months was to avoid the situation where, you determined that this is persisting in some various ways and these measures are needed, and then you have to readopt it.
Yeah. Yeah. Which would just take up time. Okay. Thank you. Ms. Crystal, I'm done. Go ahead.
Yeah, great. Thanks. So, no, I think that was a very worthwhile conversation to have. I wanted to talk about section 4H, which was about notification of the county board by the county manager for any actions that he takes pursuant to section 4. We definitely heard a lot of commentary about concerns about transparency, opportunities for public comment. I think those have been especially well taken by this board with regard to the original provision about the LRPC and SPRC, which is why they were removed or changed, because we do very much agree with, I think in the words of one of the commenters, maybe it was Mr. All, that public comment improves these decisions. And so we really wanted to continue to engage those. But I think a lot of the other questions were sort of, well, what happens? Does this give the county manager the authority or the ability to make decisions under cover of night that will never be surfaced to the public of Arlington? And so I wanted to explore this section 4H a little bit and make sure I'm understanding correctly. So it reads that the second clause anyway, the county manager shall report to the county board on actions taken at the next regular meeting of the county board, at which time the board may approve, modify, or end the action. And so when I see that subsection, it makes me think that basically what we've just done is flip the default for a month to allow the manager or staff to respond to these more urgent requests, like, for example, the outdoor seating. Whereas generally speaking, we would ask the applicant to hold off for a month or two until the board can consider it. This would allow the manager to make an action and then come to the board for, this is maybe an overstatement, but ratification almost. And so that in understanding or interpretation was what gave me some comfort with the sense that these actions would allow for swifter redress of some of the needs without endangering our standards for transparency. But let me check that assumption. Could I ask the manager maybe to speak a little bit about what you interpret that to mean about reporting back to us? How much public notice would there be? Would it be an off-the-cuff manager presentation? Would there be a posted board report about those actions taken? Talk to us a little more about what we could expect that reporting to take the form of.
What I'd like to cite a specific example, and then I'm happy to give you some more, which is that on Saturday, the board took action essentially to ratify the decision I made to reach an agreement with Virginia Hospital Center and the Free Clinic to open up the testing site at Arlington Mill. Now, that was something that we messaged the public about. We told them it was going to happen. We laid out the hours and the circumstances, but there was no license agreement in place that actually gave the authority to Virginia Hospital Center to enter the property and set up. I went ahead and I did that. I mean, I did tell you all, but not in I did not send you an email and CC Arlington County residents, but at the same time, I did inform the public. So those are all the only things that I've done have fit into a category like that. And for example, this evening, there's another agenda item coming up on acceptance of funding from the federal government. It turns out we haven't spent any of that money yet, but if I had, I would read this authority to say, go ahead and spend it and then let us know. Those are just examples, and I don't want to spin out some other theoretical examples because I think that I'm hard pressed to think what would ever happen that I wouldn't let you all know about.
So those two examples are really illustrative, not only because we've now dealt with them, and they also are really examples of the fact that this is really about responding to the crisis at hand. This is not a power grab that's going to allow you to change the face of land use and other ordinances around the county. But so what was helpful too about those two examples is that those both were board actions. So they were board reports that were posted that had an opportunity for public comment that we've heard, will hear later tonight and voted on. Is that a standard that we would expect for all of these, or would some of these be more kind of notification of the board, and then it would be up to us to bring it for a motion if we wanted to end or stop it?
Well, I'm going to point you to paragraph F that talks about late fees and interest on payments. And I can't tell you right now that I have all the provisions in front of me of the county code. It is possible that some of those are actually in the county code. And I don't think that the board has taken had a motion and adopted saying all late fees are waived. Okay. And I can't pinpoint whether those are administrative or code driven, but that might be an example of something where I have not come to the board and asked for a formal action that perhaps you may have disagreed with and may have wanted to take a different course.
Okay. Thank you. I find that really helpful. I think the example of a couple of things that have come up for public attention now, a formal board vote with a board report posted for people to weigh in on, and perhaps we can expect that they might later in the evening, is really helpful for a sense of how the exercise of these authorities might unfold. That again, it flips the default. Things may go into effect for a month, but then we would expect the opportunity for public comment and board oversight, within weeks following. That's it for that line of questioning, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Ms. Crystal. Mr. DeFranti.
I guess I don't know. I don't have additional questions, so I defer. But I'm ready to. I have a motion that I'd like to bring forward, and so I'll see if there are other questions first.
Okay. Yep. Let me go to Mr. Dorsey. You're muted. We can't hear you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Anytime.
Somehow, can you hear me now?
I can.
Okay, all right. Some gremlin muted me, I think. Maybe I'm talking too much. But there's nothing about this continuity of government ordinance that changes fundamentally the fact that the ultimate check on the county manager is that he or she reports to the county board. Anything that he or she may do that does not meet with the expectations or desires of the board, who represents the public, results in the ultimate consequence, dismissal of the county manager. So I just want to make that clear. There's nothing about any of this that changes that fundamental structure of our county manager form of government. But I did have a question just about the interplay of the previously included provision 4D and how that would relate to existing provision 2B. So Mr. McIsaac, I guess that is for you. And I don't want to spend too much time on it, since we clearly, 4D as originally drafted was hastily put together and did not reflect where anybody was. But, given that it was there, and as some of our speakers have said, we can't put the genie back in the bottle. Let's examine it, albeit briefly. There was the concern that the original provision of 4D would have prevented there being any virtual meetings of the SPRC or the LRPC. Yet as I read 2B, we explicitly allow that those could actually occur, virtual meetings of those bodies. That's correct, right?
Absolutely. Absolutely. There's no change to the authority that the county has, and in turn the board-appointed boards and commissions have to conduct electronic meetings. There's no intent to undermine that in any way at all.
Right. So I just want to make clear that while we all agree, everyone agrees, and that's why it's gone, that language was not clear, helpful, or indicative of where anyone wanted this to be, the inclusion of that language in and of itself would have not done anything to affect the inability for those bodies to meet, would the board so desire that they meet. So I just want to make that clear for everyone.
Thank you, Mr. Dorsey. And I'd like to just follow up on this sort of general topic a little bit, and then I will go back to you, Mr. DiFranti. So I hope it's clear to folks, because we had people thinking that we're trying to slip this through and consent, and staff comes to us, they have things suggested on the consent agenda, and I think people were looking at the 2B that you were referring to and assuming that this wasn't such a big deal. 4D, sent it to the board, and frankly, when the board saw it, pretty quickly said, whoa, this whole issue, we need to pull this off of consent and discuss it. So, and that's what happens behind the scenes, if you will, all the time. We're always trying to decide what goes where. And on this one, we had decided pretty quickly that the board thought this ought to be on, not on consent, but in today's meeting, because we agree. We want to be open and transparent. It's an important discussion to have. Then there's the issue of posting of letters. And if you'll indulge me, colleagues, just real quickly, I'd like to ask our clerk, Kendra Jacobs, to just talk a little bit about how the posting of letters works, and may have worked here. And Ms. Jacobs, if you would like to just outline that briefly for our public so they understand what happens when they write into us.
Yes, Madam Chair. So as you'll recall, back in January, the board adopted revised meeting procedures that provided a timeline for when letters from organizations must be received in order for them to be posted online. That timeline was no later than noon on Wednesday before the Saturday meeting. I have not had the opportunity to look at the letters that came in on this particular item to see when we received them. But I will go back and review that to make sure that it was a matter of those letters fitting in with that timeline in accordance with the board's meeting procedures, or if it was an oversight. If it was an oversight, we will definitely take steps to correct that. But if you have any other questions, that pretty much outlines the procedures that you all adopted in January.
Yeah, and then there's some technological difficulties with getting things posted. You can't do that the instant they come in. Can't instantly get put up. So we do have a cutoff point, but we try to get them, as many of them, posted as we can. Is that correct, Ms. Jacobs?
That is pretty much correct. We have several staff that work on the agenda, and in order to make sure that we're able to get everything prepared and out to you all in a timely fashion so that you have time to review those letters, we do have those deadlines in place, just to make sure that we can do everything that we need to do in a timely fashion.
Thank you. Yeah, and I want to clarify for people, we do see them. I mean, sometimes even in a meeting, we're getting emails from staff saying this letter has come in. So we do see them. And then last question, Ms. Jacobs. So the letters that maybe haven't gotten posted yet, will they be up on the web for people to read if they'd like to? Obviously, we will have gone through this agenda item, but if people want to review what people said, they could do that.
We don't typically retroactively post the letters, but if the board would like us to do that, we will do that.
Okay. It feels to me, colleagues, maybe on this particular item, because it's difficult for people, that maybe that's not a bad idea to do on this particular item.
No objection from me, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you. No objection. All right, Ms. Jacobs, if we could post whatever's come in on this item so people can see it and make sure that they know they've been acknowledged. Thank you.
Will do. And I just want to reiterate, Madam Chair, that we will go back and look at the timing of the letters that were referenced and make sure that it was a procedural issue, not an oversight on our part.
Yep, thank you. Yeah, thank you very much. All right, are we ready for a motion? I think, Mr. DiFranti, if you wanted to make a motion.
Sure. First, I want to, the lines of questioning that each of you have mentioned, the last three of you have Mr. Dorsey, and then your questions, Madam Chair, have been helpful, and I broadly agree with them. I think that some of the concerns raised by speakers were relevant. I guess I just come back in this instance to the language that is involved, and I'm so grateful that we took the step to stay in phase 0. And I think that's an example of us really wanting safety to be key. And so that I think is relevant to this question of what processes you have, because we have these alternative processes to keep folks safe. And we have had instances where we might not be 100% aligned with where the governor is, which is that last phrase. relevant to that last phrase as I see it. I do think that 6 months after a disaster has ended is longer than we need. And I am confident that this board would have the strength, if we needed to extend these virtual processes, that we would do it. I just think it's about I hear each of you colleagues on your point about flexibility. I don't want to come back and do this time after time, but I do think 3 or 4 months instead of 6 is what feels appropriate, keeping in mind that, as the attorney said, we could, if needed, after 4 months, readopt. So I'm not confident that I've got a second, but I do think on the merits that I would strike the word 6 and put 4 in its stead in the last part of this motion. I think it's consistent with a process that is where we actually are on this. And I think it can help our speakers in our community know that we are as transparent as we have been. So, I mean, I have one more thought, which is there was a couple of comments that reflected, I think, this 4D concern, and we're just not in that area anymore. So I just want to reemphasize that I don't think that this motion, I think it's the right thing to do, but I think the big picture is we're acting as safely and transparently as we can. And this is just, my motion would be to align us further with where I think the board actually is.
So thank you. Do you want to make that actually as a motion, which I assume is to adopt the ordinance, but with 4 months instead of 6? Is that what you're saying?
That's correct, and you said it well, but I move that we adopt the motion as amended without 4D, but striking the word 6 months and putting 4 months in its stead.
All right, thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second for discussion.
Okay, go ahead. Mr. DeFranti, can I assume that you've spoken to your motion and go to Ms. Crystal? Yes. Thank you. Ms. Crystal.
Thank you. I'm really sympathetic with the instinct on the motion. And I think, we had this sort of lengthy conversation about what prevails, whether it's the declaration of emergency or this piece, or excuse me, this resolution. Ultimately, I think here's where I'm coming down. If there were anything in this resolution that I felt like were a stretch or were forcing us to come down on the side of responding to emergency expeditiously at the cost of some of our values of transparency or public engagement or civic discussion, I would very much agree with wanting to foreshorten the amount of time that difficult balance or judgment call had to be made. I don't believe there's anything in here that does that. I think that there are quite a few opportunities throughout where the expectation is set for public comment, for input, when at times, any of these powers proposed have been overreaches, such as in the case of the changes to the SPRC and the LRPC. I think the board showed that we acted quickly. The manager acted quickly to concur with us and remove it, and that was done again at the input and suggestion of our trusted advisors. And so I think if there were anything remaining that indicated to me that we were making a difficult trade-off or endangering our spirit of civic engagement, which is so core to who we are as Arlington, I would pause and I'd be worried about it. But I don't think there's anything in here that will prove to be such a deleterious trade-off. And so I am comfortable with the full term. I appreciate those who have shared concerns with us this evening. I think you've raised good specific examples that have been worthy of consideration. I hope that we've given some comfort by sharing the process through which we will endeavor to represent the same transparency that is part of our normal course of business in our conversations tonight. So very much respect where Mr. DeFranti is coming from. I think were it not for the conversation we just had, I may be there myself. As it is, I'm comfortable with the 6 months. We've talked about this ordinance being about continuity of government, and I think in Arlington that means continuity of participatory government, and that will be very much, especially the case in the coming months.
Thank you, Mr. Dorsey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, I am certainly going to associate myself with Ms. Crystal and maybe even take it a step further. I think there's a concern that I have that adopting a shorter time sort of adopts a framework that I think is quite dangerous and misplaced in this circumstance, and that is the local government has exceeded its authority. It's not to be trusted, and therefore all attempts to curb it must be implemented. And I think that that's unnecessary and quite frankly dangerous as we consider an emergency because it veers on politicizing what ought not be politicized. When we think about what this actually does, putting the onus and accountability on the county board to justify the continuation of this if there's any question in the public that the emergency has concluded and the provisions are no longer necessary. Well, that accountability rests with us. And you know what? I think that's appropriate. That's where it should rest, not in some decision to set an arbitrary date. What we're doing now is taking advantage of the full authority granted by the legislation, and then it's up to us to exercise our good judgment in using that authority. And I think that's what people elected us to do, and they will hold us accountable if they find that we haven't. So, I actually think the way it was drafted was appropriate. And but at the end of the day, this is not going to be a hill I'm going to sort of die on. This is going to be essentially something that is up to the will of all of us. But I think there's nothing wrong with 6 months, and therefore I think looking to shorten it doesn't actually do much good and could in fact send some psychic harm.
Thank you, Mr. Dorsey. So I'll associate myself with Mr. Dorsey and Ms. Crystal. I'll return to Mr. DeFerranti. Would you like to withdraw your motion and submit another one, or would you like us to vote on your motion?
So I'd like to withdraw, but I'd like to, if it's okay, make one quick point.
Of course. So you could withdraw. Let me go to the seconder of the motion if the seconder is all right with that, withdrawing the motion. Okay. I think I did that correctly, Mr. Dorsey. Is that the way we do it? All right. Thank you. Mr. DeFerranti, why don't you speak to your withdrawn motion and perhaps make another?
Sure. So 3 points. First, I agree that this is not a deleterious motion. And broadly, I was heartened to hear, frankly, Mr. Weisstadt's broad support for the work we've done on this emergency to this point. I agree with that big picture, but I don't think that this is not deleterious. It is, in my view, just shifting slightly that presumption and that balance that we have with respect to how long these processes would go on. And last, I think perhaps narrowly the language of the motion is different from what we heard earlier today from the manager with respect to virtual meetings. And I just come slightly at a different place that I am so mindful staff work so hard to put on this meeting, but I would hope that in September or October, there might be a possibility. I'm not concerned. I think that if there were less staff that could work to commission meetings as we get further down the road, that's part of what brought this motion to mind. And having said that, I will let someone else do the final motion, but withdraw this one if that's okay with you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, and it's been okay with the seconder. Thank you very much, Mr. DeFerranti. Ms. Crystal or Mr. Dorsey, would either of you like to make a motion?
Sorry.
Who would like to make a motion? I mean, I'll make it.
Would you like to, Ms. Crystal, or shall I?
No, Mr. Dorsey, I'll allow you if you're ready.
Go, Mr. Dorsey.
I'm sure. I'm ready. I'd like to move the adoption of a permanent continuity of government ordinance, which reflects the text in the revised board report posted on May 18th, 2020.
I'll second that. Done. Thank you. All right. Any further discussion? Mr. Dorsey, did you want to speak to your motion?
Just a brief word. I want to make clear to everyone as well that just because we adopt this ordinance, as we have just explained, it doesn't mean that it's going to continue for 6 months past June 10th or some other such date. as the emergency is declared ended. It will be based on our good judgment on when it's no longer necessary. It's also important to note that all provisions of the continuity of government ordinance need not be exercised for the duration of the emergency. It just provides the ability for the county manager to engage in those areas of work. It doesn't necessarily mean that all will require a change from pre-existing policies and procedures for the duration. It's going to be quite flexible, but it does give us the ability to engage in that flexibility so that we can meet emerging needs. And with the full transparency that comes from the way we do business in Arlington through the weekly town halls and through the constant communication with our community, I can assure everyone that this is not going to be something that's going to be abused in any way, shape, or form.
All right, thank you very much. Any further comments?
Just one closing word briefly,
Yes.
if I may, Roger. So I think we've been so focused on what this isn't or won't permit that we've maybe not talked as much about what it will. And one of the things that I think I am enthused about, and part of the reason I'm supportive of this, is the provisions in here that will allow our manager and our planning staff to more quickly respond to some of the significant needs that we're about to see for our small businesses, especially restaurants and bars, as they try to comply with phase one provisions of service and gradually reopen to do so safely. I know our team has been hard at work to develop that plan to enter phase one, and this ordinance is actually designed in part to facilitate that happening more speedily, so that we can help some of our restaurants in particular get back on their feet. And so I think that's a good reason to support it for what it will do and not just what it won't.
Okay, thank you very much. And I would like to just say on this particular item, another shout out to our manager and staff, because this is to allow us to be nimble and adapt rapidly to the situation as need be for the health and safety of our community. And I believe our staff is doing an excellent job with that. Really appreciate it. It's innovation and at its best, I think, and not easy to do. So it's been a very intense number of months and we've got more to go. So thank you, everyone. And I'm glad that we can pass this motion and continue to move on and do what we need to do. All in favor, please say aye. Oh, I got to call on you. Mr. DeFerranti.
Aye.
Ms. Crystal.
Aye.
Mr. Dorsey.
Aye.
Okay, and Ms. Garvey, aye. And before we go to the next item, I believe our clerk wanted to clarify one item from our discussion just a little bit earlier here. Ms. Jacobs.
Yes, Madam Chair. I just wanted to clarify that the letters that we were referring to earlier for posting online are only those letters from civic organizations, civic and community organizations, per the board's meeting procedures.
Yes,
so
thank you.
I just wanted to make that clarification.
Thank you for clarifying that. I think that's very helpful. All right, are we ready for the next item, I believe? Madam Clerk, could you call the next item?
Okay, our next item is item 27, amended annual action plan for fiscal year 2020 and appropriated Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security Act funding for COVID-19 relief for FY 2020.
Thank you. Mr. Schwartz, over to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to show you how dedicated I am to the action the board just took, I just found out that we're able to announce that next Tuesday, we have an arrangement with a private company to come in and do 1,000 tests in Arlington at 2 locations. One is at Quincy Street and the other will be at the Barcroft Community Center. These are COVID-19 tests for which no one will need a prescription in advance. Giving word out as early as we can. There'll be a lot of details following on that, so I encourage people to follow the information as it comes out. So I just wanted to put that in there.
Thank you very much, Mr. Schwartz. We will, more details to come, what people need to know if they think they need to be tested. Thank you. Thank you.
For this item on the item 27, Joel Franklin from CPHD will be making the presentation. Jennifer Daniels, also from CPHD, is available, as is Brooke Hammond-Perez and Anita Friedman from DHS. So I'll turn it over to Mr. Franklin.
All right, Mr. Franklin.
Good evening, Chair Garvey and members of the County Board.
Good evening.
1 second, while I share my screen. Is everyone able to see this?
Yes, at least I am.
Right. So the Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security CARES Act allocated supplemental Community Development Block Grant, CDBG, and Community Services Block Grant, CSBG funding to respond to the COVID-19 coronavirus. Arlington was awarded just over $830,000 in CDBG, of which $39,000 is awarded to the City of Falls Church through a cooperation agreement. An additional $239,000 was awarded in CSBG funding to Arlington. This totals to a little over $1 million in CDBG and CSBG CARES funding for Arlington. A little background, every year the county prepares an annual action plan in order to receive federal CDBG and home funding, and also uses the action plan framework to identify CSBG funds. Because the City of Falls Church is too small to qualify as an entitlement community on its own, Arlington County and the City of Falls Church have a cooperation agreement to enable a joint consolidated plan and associated formula funding. The fiscal year 2020 annual action plan was approved by the county board on September 13th, 2019, and submitted to HUD thereafter. However, in order to receive the CARES funding, Arlington is required to submit an amendment to that action plan to include the CDBG coronavirus allocation as an available resource for the year and detail how funds will be used to support the community COVID-19 response. So the CARE Act does provide some flexibility for grantees of both CDBG and CSBG funding. For example, CDBG CV funds do not have the regular 15% cap on the amount of grant funds that can be used for public service activities. So we can spend more on public service related activities, and the public comment period is shortened and provides more flexibility on in-person meetings, allowing for virtual meetings. CSBG CV funds can be used for a higher income than regular CSBG funds, so that eligible beneficiaries have an income limit of 200% of the federal poverty rate rather than the regular 125% of the federal poverty rate. In order to ensure that funding recommendations reflected community need, Arlington County conducted a survey to assess community needs related to the COVID-19 public health crisis. The survey was sent to 73 nonprofit organizations that serve low and moderate income residents in Arlington, and we received 26 responses. Respondents were asked to provide information on the period from mid-March to mid-April. In general, respondents noted that they focus services on economically disadvantaged individuals, families and immigrants, or individuals with limited English proficiency. Many of the service providers actually saw a reduction in the number of clients served since the crisis began, due to being unable to offer in-person services such as after-school programs, case management, employment training, and senior programs. Those that saw an increase in services included organizations providing subsidies, donations, housing-related services, and community outreach nonprofits. Of the clients served during the past month, service providers reported that most of the clients were having difficulty paying the rent, with many others unable to pay utilities or access resources or school because of internet technology issues. Other needs identified included food insecurity, being unable to obtain childcare, unable to address medical needs, and unable to address behavioral health needs. When asked to prioritize the top 1 to 3 needs for their organization and the clients they serve, the vast majority responded unable to pay rent and food insecurity. And this was largely due to reduced work hours or a lost job. So based on the survey results and consultation with staff from the Department of Human Services, Department of Libraries, and Department of Technology Services, we are proposing utilizing CARES funding to support an emergency assistance program to include rent, utilities, and internet costs for low and moderate income Arlington renters who have experienced a loss of income directly related to COVID-19. Monthly payments will be based on need and will not exceed $1,500 per month per household, and this can be provided for up to 3 months. The program will be administered through Arlington Thrive, a nonprofit emergency assistance organization that has experience with this type of assistance. Arlington Thrive will conduct outreach, handle intakes, and make emergency payments directly to the landlord and or the utility company. Arlington Thrive will also partner with nonprofit partners ensure that hard-to-reach residents receive information on the program. An estimated 200 to 600 Arlington households will avoid eviction through this program. Additionally, Arlington Thrive will provide information on free food resources to clients and community partners, since this was a need that was identified but is currently being met according to staff that has had consultation with food providers. On May 13th, the Community Development Citizen Advisory Committee held a virtual public meeting and voted unanimously to recommend adoption of the amended annual action plan and associated CARES Act funding for COVID relief. Pending county board approval, staff will submit the amended action plan to HUD, and HUD has assured us of a relatively quick approval process. We are anticipating that the funding for the emergency assistance program will be available starting hopefully in early June. And that ends my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Franklin. Ms. Jacobs, I don't believe we have any commissions for this item. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right, thank you. Colleagues, discussion is back with us again. Who would like to go first? Ms. Crystal, any questions for staff?
I actually don't. I think, this is incredibly well reasoned. I think as part of the information gathering, you have surfaced some empirical data that confirms what we've all been most concerned about, which is those areas of greatest need. And so I, for one, am grateful that we have community partners well positioned to get straight to them and to help our community members with the areas of understandably greatest anxiety. And I'm grateful too for our CIDSAC for convening virtually, and to the staff for convening them, since that's been a recurring theme about the lift that's required to do that virtually. Glad that we could hear from them in support as well. So I don't actually have any questions, Madam Chair, and appreciate the opportunity.
That's fine, thank you. Mr. DeFranti?
Yes, I have one question, and then I'm ready to do a motion unless colleagues have other questions. The question is concerns the estimate of 200 to 600 people that we would serve. If I read correctly, we're less than $1,500 per household. And I guess this is for Mr. Franklin, the precise number that will actually end up serving between 200 and 600 with this part of the CARES Act really depends upon the amount needed, less than $1,500. Is that right?
Yes, that is correct. So, it's the rent assistance is based on need. So if they still have some income coming in, or if they have some savings amount, that they may not need the full $1,500, and a portion of that may be given to them. And I also have Brooke Hammond-Perez here from DHS if you have any more questions on kind of the eligibility in that.
I guess maybe Ms. Hammond-Perez might be able to say it's less than 50% of AMI typically, and did I hear right that there are 3,500 families that submitted needs along these lines?
Yes, so we have historically in this current fiscal year given out assistance so far to 739 families, but there have been far more many requests as a result of COVID. We are obviously collecting documentation from people when they submit requests to ensure that the need is actually valid. And so the 3,500 is, refers to the number of requests, but we have served 739 unduplicated households at an average amount of $1,928 per household this current fiscal year. That number obviously has increased as a result of COVID. We expect, obviously, if COVID subsides and people are able to recoup their jobs, then, that number would decrease, but it's really hard to kind of tell and project what the trends are going to be moving forward. What I can say is that the trends so far, we've seen a 6-fold increase in calls to DHS as a result of COVID for people requesting rental or any sort of financial emergency assistance, eviction prevention assistance. And so we are doing our best to handle that request and working with Thrive accordingly.
Great, thank you. Those are all the questions I had, Madam Chair. I'm ready to do a motion unless there are other folks who have questions.
Well, maybe I'll go to Mr. Dorsey and then I'll come back to you, Mr. DeFranti, if that's all right. Mr. Dorsey, did you have any questions?
No questions for me, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. DeFranti, we're ready for a motion.
Thank you. I move the county manager's recommendation for item 27 as set forth in the May 13th, 2020 board report, which does the following. It approves the amended fiscal year 20 action plan citizen summary and the amended fiscal year 20 annual action plan for Arlington and Falls Church and authorizes the submission of the action plan to HUD. It appropriates additional funding in fiscal year 20 from Federal CARES Act, CDBG, and Community Services Block Grant funds. It approves the execution of a supplemental Community Services Block Grant Services Agreement with the Commonwealth. It approves the execution of CARES Community Development Subrecipient Grant Agreements with Arlington Thrive to implement the CARES Emergency Assistance Program and with the City of Falls Church. And it approves execution of a memorandum of agreement with George Mason University to update the housing needs analysis.
Thank you. Is there a second? All right, moved and seconded. Would you like to speak to your motion anymore?
No, just to note for colleagues that and for our public that there's also a needs analysis that we're doing with George Mason, which I think is going to be critical to do as we try to address the 739 and counting and many more families that we want to help.
Thank you. Any other comments, colleagues? All right, I am pleased to support this. I will say it's some relief to see this CARES money, federal money, actually come in. It's a little nerve-wracking at first, wondering if we're actually going to get it. So that's good. All right, all in favor of the motion, please say aye. Mr. DeFranti.
Aye.
Ms. Crystal.
Aye.
Mr. Dorsey.
Aye.
Ms. Garvey. Aye. Thank you very much. Motion passes 4-0. And that brings us to, I think, our regular agenda, Madam Clerk.
Yes, item 43, acceptance and appropriation of the local allocation of the Coronavirus Relief Fund of the Federal Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security Act of 2020 from the Commonwealth.
Thank you. Mr. Schwartz, I believe this is yours.
Yes, it is, Madam Chair. Thank you. Richard Stevenson from the Department of Management and Finance will have a brief presentation. Richard?
Right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Share my screen for the presentation. I have a few slides here to give an overview of the federal stimulus monies and highlight some of the areas that we've been spending funds on the COVID related costs. As most are aware, the CARES Act was a $2.2 trillion aid package that provided financial aid. Virginia's allocation is approximately $3.33 billion of that federal package, and that number includes the Fairfax portion. Arlington's portion that we will be receiving here in early June totals $20.7 million, and we anticipate an additional allocation from the state a little bit later. Now, there are restrictions on the federal stimulus funding. Specifically, they need to be for necessary expenditures incurred during the public health emergency. And they've outlined states outlined in a letter that's attached to the board report the number of areas, COVID testing, purchasing of PPE, personal protective equipment for public health, food, and a number of other things. Right now, what is not eligible for these federal stimulus monies to be used for is revenue loss, and we talked about this a little bit last month. As we've mentioned before, we've seen significant reductions, at least in 20, in various non-tax and tax sources due to the economic slowdown. Also, what are ineligible are any costs that we already budgeted in our FY20 adopted budget. These monies aren't meant to supplant existing county resources. So wherever we spent some of the money to date, the table here on this chart or on this slide rolls up a number of things. In the board report, there's a table that gives a little more granularity. But we're estimating that through July of 2020, we'll have spent $10 million. And you can see the different areas that funding has gone to. This also assumes I'll use the term a burn rate, going through various equipment, personal protective equipment, masks. We've projected out what we think we will spend. However, as everyone knows, it's day to day and very fluid, and these numbers could change significantly depending on what happens over the next several weeks. What it doesn't include, and these projections don't include, are any significant level of COVID testing to the county. And as we just heard in the last, or by the manager several minutes ago, there was a donation to, or there is money to provide additional testing. There will be a continued need for personal protective equipment on an ongoing basis, we suspect, for the next several period of time. And there's some additional facility cleaning and space reconfiguration that we haven't built into these numbers yet. So what this board report lays out is it's the appropriation of the federal funds and the allocation of some additional dollars. And so one of the recommendations in the board report is to allocate $500,000 to a joint county school grant program that will provide broadband internet access to Arlington Public School students in need. In addition, $500,000 allocation for emergency rental assistance to our nonprofit partner Thrive, and also the allocation of some CARES money to some allocations the board has already made to Thrive and to AFAC. So with that overview, I will conclude the presentation, and we will be happy to answer any of the board's questions.
Thank you, Mr. Stevenson. And Madam Clerk, we don't have any commissioners for this either, I think.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. Fine, colleagues. Questions? I'm happy if anybody would like to make a motion actually to get us started, that would be fine too.
So just to clarify, we have no commissions and no public speakers, Madam Chair?
Right.
Okay.
I believe. Wait. Do we have no public speakers, Madam Clerk?
Madam Chair, let me just check in with the deputy clerk and make sure no one has signed up last minute.
I'm sorry, I was just assuming because let's double check.
Okay, no, we do not have any public speakers.
Thank you. Thank you for checking. All right. Mr. Dorsey, was I seeing a volunteer to make a motion?
With that, Madam Chair, I'm pleased to move that the county board, as it pertains to item number 43, accept and appropriates sum of $20,663,551 in coronavirus relief funds from the Commonwealth of Virginia and deposit that into our COVID-19 contingent account, and that we allocate from the COVID-19 contingent account the following appropriations: $500,000 for a joint Arlington County, Arlington Public School Internet Essential Grant Program, that we allocate $400,000 to the county manager's contingent to fund prior expenditures of $100,000 for AFAC and $300,000 for Thrive, and that we further allocate an additional $500,000 in additional support to Thrive to continue their emergency financial assistance work, and that we finally appropriate any remaining balances to the FY20 county manager contingent to provide continuing support for unanticipated needs through the beginning of fiscal year 21.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. It has been moved and seconded. Mr. Dorsey, would you like to speak to your motion?
I'll just speak briefly. So this is a good thing. If the relatively small sums that we receive for CDBG and CSBG are good, then $20 million is very good. But I would remind everybody, this is essentially a form of disaster insurance, if you will. These are resources that we collectively are providing to benefit states and localities, and this will help us deal with some of the immediate expenses of COVID, $10 million already. And quite frankly, it didn't include a lot of things which I expect will be on our books very soon that will require a lot of resources, specifically testing, contact tracing. None of those are actually forecast, but they will certainly be necessary expenses. So we will certainly use up this $20 million. I will say that I put a marker out there, and I hope that with the portion of funds that the Commonwealth reserved, that there's some innovative ways to help localities meet the unique needs as this pandemic goes on. So if you're hearing Richmond, we would like to make sure we're considered with some of the amount that you've reserved. But I do actually have a question wrapped in a comment of generally being supportive of this whole effort. For Mr. Schwartz, since we're going to devote the $700,000, which we reprogrammed from the Gazelle grant program into small business relief through that very innovative initiative from AED, do you envision adding resources to that program, which, as we've heard preliminary indications, will likely not come anywhere close to meeting the need coming from our business community?
Mr. Dorsey, that is a question that I've thought about when we heard on Sunday that when the application period closed, there are over 1,200 applications. As we winnow through that, it is likely that I will come back to you in June with a recommendation that could include additional funding out of this pot of money for that. So I'm keeping an open mind on that. I find it hard to believe that that all 1,200 applicants will qualify, but I'm betting there is a lot more than we have money for. And our goal is to try to help those small businesses in the county continue as long as they can until they're able to get back on their feet. So I'll likely be back probably sometime next month with news on that.
Okay. And if I could throw one more question in, Madam Chair, and then I'll yield the floor.
Absolutely. You've got the floor.
So as we consider the contact tracing effort, which I am assuming that since the state has largely left us to our own devices on testing, that executing a contact tracing plan is going to be largely up to the locality. Is that a fair assessment?
It is.
So, I've heard somewhere that we should probably have somewhere around 100 contact tracers doing that work for a locality of our size. Where do we stand now, and what's the order of magnitude of what that effort is likely to cost as we consider the next stages of pandemic response?
So currently our public health staff is doing all of the contact tracing, and let me bracket that for a second. It includes the Medical Reserve Corps, which includes a number of volunteers. So far, we have been able to keep up with the contact tracing requirement by using current staff and volunteers. And we're also, and I think the number we have is currently somewhere over 100. We think we may need to add another 100. And so what we are doing, at least at the moment, is we have probably somewhere between 20 and 30 county staff that we're moving from other functions over here to help out. And I'm going to do it right now. I'm going to say, if you're out there and you're interested to volunteer, come do tracing for the county. That's great. Those same volunteers may also want to look at the VDH website, which is offering paid tracing positions. I know I'm sort of undercutting my argument here, but we may be able to do it without a large expenditure on salaries, but there still are costs associated with the tracing. So.
Thank you.
Could I ask a question, Mr. Schwartz? Do people have to have a medical background to do contact tracing? What kind of qualifications do they need?
They do not need to have a medical background. They need to be thoughtful, thorough, and respectful, because they're going to be asking some very difficult questions of a lot of people about what's been going on in their personal life. There's a training module which we're preparing, and also Johns Hopkins has an online training module which people could go take a look at. But if you're conscientious, thoughtful, and respectful, we want you. I feel like pointing my finger at the camera, but
yeah, we could work that out with an ad, maybe, Mark.
And Madam Chair, could I
yes,
also
Mr. Dorsey.
add to this? I think it's also desirable and I don't know to what extent we have these people volunteering already, but if we can have individuals who speak languages that are not necessarily English, that are prevalent in Arlington, or who have established networks within certain communities that may not necessarily be engaging with county government. That's also extremely helpful core competencies for contact tracers.
Good point. Excellent. Thank you. All right. Any other questions, colleagues?
Madam Chair.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Yeah. Okay. Ms. Crystal.
Well, I think Mr. DeFranti had his hand up, so I defer to him for properly
Well,
using
you
technology.
did on the screen and he did with the little hand thing, but we'll go to Mr. DeFranti, sure. Matt.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Ms. Crystal. I think that just a big thank you to the manager for the broadband funding that's a part of this, as well as to Arlington Public Schools, but significant leadership. And Mr. Dorsey described it earlier today. I think it's very important, and just grateful for that. I do have a question about, I think it's page 6 of the staff report, and it may have been touched on by Mr. Stevenson. It's sort of, I think I know what this describes for most, but under emergency staff augmentation, I think I've seen Dr. Aaron Miller every day for 60 days or so. So I would think that might be a piece of it. Is there a way that either you or Mr. Stevenson, Mr. Manager, could describe a little bit what all that investment is? We know it's positive. I just couldn't quite, I didn't know what that quite referred to.
I'm gonna let Richard answer that question, and I don't know if he has Michael Stewart, our Deputy DMF Director, who is the savant on this, available too. So Richard.
I'll defer to Michael Stewart, our resident expert on all things COVID expense related.
I like the word savant better, I think. Yes.
You're muted.
You're muted, Michael.
Thank you.
There you go.
2 months in and I still keep making the same mistake.
You're not alone.
We've all done it.
Yes. So to answer your question, so the emergency management staff aug costs are mostly focused on assisting with operating the emergency operations center, the emergency management function. So those staff, as you mentioned with Dr. Varghese, have been working nonstop for several months, and they got to the point where they're working 7 days a week, multiple shifts, and so we've brought in expert contractors to provide some relief. Along with that relief, they also the firms we've brought in have expertise in FEMA public assistance and other best practices around emergency management. So we're able to not only provide staff relief, but also improve our practices and processes along the way.
Great. Thanks very much. So those are maybe not our healthcare providers, but also heroes, at least in my book. So the only other question, I guess, is for the manager that I have is, by the way I count, there's 10 million that we've spent. There's about 9 million left, and the staff report talks about regularly coming back, and we're in the habit of hearing your thoughts. And we heard in detail the number of families being helped. Is there a way that there's like simple characteristics, like whether the people we're helping are families or single, whether they're seniors or non-seniors? Is there like a dashboard that you might use internally that would not be additional work, but that, given the scale of the amount of money, that you might use to loop back with us in the coming months?
So I'm going to let either Anita or Brooke try to fill in the blanks there, or Michael, because they may have already created that. So I'm going to turn it over to them.
I think Anita and Brooke stepped off.
Oh, they did? Good for
Yeah,
them.
because I think with the confusion on the different items, I think they might have left. I can at least speak to what they've been tracking. They've begun to start tracking, at least on the Thrive information, where they have begun, and they're starting a more intensive effort to collect disaggregated data based on race, geographic location, age, and there were 2 others. So I would just characterize it as a work in progress. So we will be able to get back to you on that. I can't speak to AFAC or food assistance off the top of my head, unless Michael, you might know some of that.
I don't have that off the top of my head either. I know that is information that the food programs are working to collect.
Right.
Great. So, yeah.
And I was just going to say that mystery speaker was Michelle Cowan for the thousands of people out there, Deputy County Manager.
Thank you. So
Nice
yeah, so that's great. I just, there's household, and I think you're tracking pretty carefully the number of requests, how many dollars. It sounds like you have all that. If there were a simple way, the high level indicators, that would be of interest.
Okay.
That's great.
And I bet Mr. Schwartz that it tracks with the filing for unemployment.
There's certainly a correlation.
Yeah. Thank you. Ms. Crystal.
Yeah. So I wanted to ask about I think this was referenced briefly in the presentation, but the prohibition or the restriction currently on the funds about offsetting revenue losses. I think that will probably not be that germane to us in Arlington. The revenue losses will be, but the need to offset may not be pertinent because we'll have so many expenditures, the ones described here and enumerated here, and then as Mr. Dorsey was noting, those to come, particularly around testing. But I could imagine that being a helpful provision with the state pot of money. I think we're already starting to see in dribs and drabs. Most recently today, I heard one example of a state transportation funding pool being hit. And so with the state sitting on a bigger pot of CARES relief, potentially the administration being able to offset some revenue losses for state priorities that then flow to us could be advantageous. So I wondered, I know our board report mentioned that we're adding our voice in support of those efforts for a congressional action to lift that restriction or allow the expenditures on loss to backfill lost revenues. I wondered if anybody from our staff could share the prospects of that coming to pass, whether we're optimistic about it or whether that's sort of caught up in the overall congressional swirl over whether there'll be additional relief packages.
Well, Ms. Crystal, I appreciate the opportunity to engage in political prognostication. So here I go. I've personally had conversations, as I know members of the board have, with Congressman Beyer and also both of our senators. And though there has been some reluctance on the part of the United States Senate to authorize additional funding for states and localities, one of the responses that the Senate Majority Leader has said, and the other members of his party, is that they would be very open to this flexibility, the money that's already, as they say, money that's already been provided to states and localities, making it flexible on how it could be used. So I'm actually optimistic that it will happen. I'm not optimistic that it will happen anytime in the next few weeks, because I think we'll have to go through a lot of that wrangling. And then again, just to be, if I could just add my voice to what members of the board have said, the $3.3 billion, the Commonwealth is keeping $1.8 billion, and I think that's our appeal on that. But you will notice that that $1.3 billion that's set aside for states, for local governments, we've only received our first share of that. And Mr. Stevenson said the second share is coming. I'm going to make a plea that it be based at least on the population formula that was used this time. If not, that formula, certainly a formula based on the impact of the COVID virus, which would seem to be a more logical way to go about apportioning the costs. And so I just wanted to add that.
Yeah, absolutely, especially in light of the dramatic disparities by region in the number of cases. So thanks, Mr. Schwartz, and heartened to hear that about the prospects for congressional action to lift that restriction. Certainly more heartening than what we heard from the Majority Leader a few weeks ago that states should consider declaring bankruptcy. So we'll count that as progress.
Actually, if I can ask the manager to continue the prognostication or analysis, political analysis, I sort of assume that as difficult as it is for us, there are states and localities around the nation that are in a much worse shape. and will be desperately needing some help with revenues, so that politically that probably will be impossible to deny, because otherwise, well, I don't know what's going to happen if nobody in the country can afford to pay their police, do their schools, or clean their water, right? So I'm assuming that we kind of come along because the pressure is going to be so great, the need's so great.
Yeah, I mean, among my colleagues in the region and as well nationally, I mean, in sort of the management profession, there's very little discussion of a red state or a blue state, and there's a lot of discussion about serious revenue losses. So I think your point is you're on point. I think that the pressure will become much more real, unfortunately, as we move further into it, because even if the virus itself abates, the economic impact we've only seen the beginning of it.
Yeah. Thank you. All right. Any further questions? I think we might be ready for a vote. I see several hands. Mr. DeFerranti.
Sorry, I know you want to move to a vote, and I do want to too. I just wanted to, without being too dour, I do think, as we consider, I think we have 9 million left, but I was looking at the Housing Arlington's median incomes. I believe, and maybe Ms. Hammond-Perez can correct me, most of the households that we're helping are less than 50% of area median income right now. Is not the businesses, of course, but that's my impression. Is that fair? I don't know if Ms. Hammond-Perez has also taken the wise step of sliding on.
I think Michelle may be able to offer a thought on that. Michelle?
I'm sorry, I missed the question. I apologize, Mr. DeFerranti. Can you ask? I had
No
stepped
problem.
away for a second.
No problem at all. I just, my sense is that most of the households that we're helping at the moment are those who are earning less than 50% of area median income. Is that the majority?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, based on the criteria for the various programs under Thrive, and yes, absolutely.
Great. So just in conclusion, there are other programs. We're going to need to help a lot of folks, but we are focusing on those most in need. And for a family of 4, 50% of area median income is about $60,000 or less. 3, it's $54,000. Down to 1 person, it's $42,000. And I don't want to be too dour, but I do just want to, as we think about all the competing needs, I'm grateful to our staff and colleagues that we're focusing on folks who really need help right now.
Yes, thank you. And I think there are more and more falling into that category. Yep. Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Don't want to rush everything. Everybody good? All right. I think we're ready to vote. All in favor of the motion, please say aye. Mr. DeFerranti.
Aye.
Ms. Crystal.
Aye.
Mr. Dorsey.
Aye.
Ms. Garvey. Aye. Motion passes 4-0. Ms. Jacobs, do we have anything else to come before the board?
No, there is not.
All right, colleagues, I think we are ready to adjourn our regular May meetings. We'll see what June brings. We are adjourned. Everybody stay well.